Chapter 16. For the next few days, John kept himself busy. Between training, ready to pull the plow in a straight line, and scouting the area for stone, eventually he found a spot along the river where a group of large boulders had been deposited. When the valley was formed, figuring they would work for his purposes, he hooked up Ferdy to the cart and dragged them back to the farm. Once they had all been pulled over, he began to cut out stone blocks and sink them into the ground around the edge of the pit, creating a solid stone footer using a heavy hammer. He crushed a few of the boulders into gravel and tossed them into the bottom of the pit, forming a solid bed of 10 inches of crushed stone in between the blocks. After that, it was just a matter of continuing to cut blocks and stack them up to form the walls. Thin panels of stone that were 2 feet by 4 feet were laid edge to edge to create the floor, and then more blocks were added until the walls started to rise up above the edge of the dirt. Once the walls were 10 feet tall, John cut long stone beams and laid them across the top of the walls, building up the walls around them and then sealing the large building's ceiling. With more stone tiles on the outside of the building, he piled up some of the dirt, creating a mound shaped like a small flat-topped hill. It only took a touch for him to weld all the stone together, and pretty soon, he had a completely enclosed room that was 10 feet tall, 60 feet long, and 40 feet wide. Without the light from the door, it was completely dark, and because it was covered in dirt, it kept a temperature of about 55 degrees, which served his purposes perfectly, with a bit more stone to coat the stairs and a door to keep it sealed. He finished the new cheese cellar. Taking a moment to look over his work, he nodded in satisfaction. Even though he didn't need the light, thanks to the mana that swirled through his eyes, John still went into the house and opened up one of his boxes. Taking out 4 small lamps, placing them on the table, he unscrewed the bottoms, revealing a complex circuit and a perfectly round, milky white stone. Carefully examining the circuits to make sure they hadn't been damaged, John put them back together, lining up the grooves on the outside of the lamps. Carrying them into the cheese cellar, he clipped one of the lamps into the slots that had already been cut in the wall and tapped the bottom 3 times, turning it on soft, white light that looked like the clearest summer morning spread from the lamp, casting a bright circle of light from the wall above the door. After installing the other 3 lamps on the other walls, the entire cellar was well lit. For the next few days, John split his time between continuing to plow and making furniture for the cheese cellar. Like everything he made, there was a rough quality to it, but it was solid and would last a long time, which was the only thing he cared about. When it was finally done and everything was prepared, he began the next stage of the project, which included cutting 2 holes in the walls. The first was only waist high and was next to the outside door. Digging up through the dirt, he sloped the ground and lined it with stone, making a 4 foot by 4 foot stone chute that went into the barn using some of his remaining wood. He built out a wooden cart and some containers, putting them aside until he could go into town and get the rest of the parts for the rail system. The other opening was dug on the opposite side of the cellar and LED to the house, just like the first opening. This one was also 4 feet tall by 4 feet wide, but the stone he used to line it was much thicker and took much longer for him to get into place. Nearly 2 weeks passed before he was finally done. Once the finishing touches were complete, John called Ellie and Ben together and gave them the tour. As soon as they walked into the cheese cellar, John saw Ben's eyes open wide. With a trembling finger, he pointed at the 4 lamps on the wall. Is that magic? No, it's Magitech. A mana lamp runs on mana stones. But aren't they really expensive mana stones? Yeah, I guess I got a few of them when I retired, John said, shrugging. This is where the cart is going to go. Remember how I told you? It would run from the milk barn down into the cellar. To make it easier, I still need to get the parts, but once I do, it'll have a smooth rail and a pulley system. So it's easy to use. How do they work? Ben asked. His eyes still fixed on the light. There's a circuit under the mana stone that releases light when it's completed. They're pretty ingenious, but you can buy them in most cities. What happens when the mana stone runs out? Your great-grandchildren will have to change it out, huh? He means it takes a long time to run out. Ben naturally formed. Mana stones last a really long time. Giving Ellie a smile, John nodded. Exactly, because of how long they take to form and the amount of mana they contain. Natural mana stones can power the lamps for generations, even if they're never turned off, so these will last for a long time. Come, let me show you the last few things. On the back wall, there was a wooden door set against the wall that John moved. Crouching down, he gestured to it. This is a tunnel that leads from the house into this space. I'll show you where the opening is. You have 60 seconds to get through it before it starts to seal, so if you enter it from the house, make sure that you come all the way through. Once it seals, that's it. Additionally, once it seals, so will the front entrance. The cellar will be doubling as our bomb shelter. Bomb shelter, what's that? Hearing Ellie's question, John paused for a moment and then smiled. It's just a phrase. It's like a specially defended room. The walls are stone and have been reinforced, and will keep our food stores in here. So you should be able to survive for at least a month if you ration the supplies properly. Here, let me show you. Over here we'll have space for emergency bedrooms. There's a pit here that will double as a latrine, and this is the switch that will seal the front entrance. If it wasn't already sealed, if you ever find yourself in trouble, come into the cellar and seal it. While Ben ran around checking everything out, Ellie stood in the center of the room, her expression impossible to read. Eventually, she glanced up at John before speaking in a quiet voice. This is a fortress, but there's no exit once it's sealed. Correct on both counts. Once it closes up, it should protect you against just about anything in the world for at least a while, but you don't have to be worried about being trapped. Even if you close the entrances, I can get them open. Looking at John quietly for a moment, Ellie nodded, her expression serious. Thank you, for what? For letting us stay, for thinking of us, Ellie said, gesturing to the cellar. You clearly don't intend to use this for yourself, which means you don't need it, yet you built it. Thank you. A feeling John hadn't felt in a long time washed over him when he heard Ellie's words, causing him to blush slightly and look away. Looking around the cheese cellar, he scratched his head. For some reason, what had started as an expansion to the economic capability of the farm had morphed into a doomsday bunker, tough enough to stop a cruise missile, thanks to the manner reinforcement he had applied to the stones. John was positive there were only 2 people in the entire world who could open up the bunker once it was sealed, and one of them was him. The problem was he had no idea why he had built it. Shaking his head, he pushed the feelings that were creeping into his mind aside. He hadn't survived in this war-torn world by second-guessing himself, and he wasn't about to start now. Looking at Ben running around, John patted one of the heavy wooden tables. I'll be going into town tomorrow to get the pieces. I need to finish the rail. You can come with me, or let me know if there's anything you need me to pick up once that's done. We can start using it for cheese. We'll be doing some planting soon, so I'll probably need you and Ben to assist with that as well, but then we'll have a good amount of time until the plants are ready. Come on, I'll show you the escape door in the house. Recognizing how uncomfortable John was because of her words, Ellie couldn't help but smile, finding the situation funny, nodding to show she understood. She called to Ben, who was exhausted from running around the giant room, and dragged him to the house to see where John had installed the small door. Standing in the hall, he showed them how to move the planks aside and drop into the hole. The planks were attached to a piece of wire, and when it was pulled, it would set off the mechanism that would collapse the small stone passage, giving whoever removed the planks entirely 60 seconds to make it through the passage. Hopefully there's no need to use this, but if there's anything I've learned, it's that it's better to be prepared. Later that night, after dinner had been cleaned up and the last few chores taken care of, John sat on the porch as the sunlight faded from the valley, the magically locked book in his hands. He had brought it out to take a closer look at the lock, but Ellie's words continued to replay in his head, forcing him to reckon with the feelings they had caused. Ever since he had been summoned to this world, his main focus had been on keeping himself alive, which hadn't left much space for caring for others. In fact, before coming to the valley, the last thing on his list of priorities would be giving others a way to survive, yet for some reason, without even stopping to consider it, he had expended considerable effort to plan and create the cheese cellar, safe house for Ellie and her brother. Letting out a sigh, John shook his head, unable to make sense of his tangled thoughts. Restless, he stood up and stepped inside, the sound of the door making Ellie look up from the chair by the hearth, where she was mending a rip in one of Ben's shirts. Seeing John's face, she paused, her needle hanging in the air. "I'll be gone tonight. I'll be back tomorrow," keeping her face carefully neutral. Ellie put down the needle and set the shirt to the side. "Do you need any food?" "No. I'll be fine. I'll prepare breakfast for you tomorrow." About to reject the offer, John saw the tremble in her fingers that she was trying to hide in her skirt and found himself nodding. "All right, I'll be back for breakfast." Turning away, John opened the door and stepped out, pausing on the porch, his broad back reflecting the light of the lamps. He spoke so softly that Ellie had to strain to hear it. "Thanks," as soon as the word had registered in her ears. He was gone a second later. He was in the forest, his body accelerating as he sucked in a deep lungful of the crisp night air, pulling in the dense man I had contained and pushing it around his body. The burning sensation brought a measure of calm to his turbulent emotions, and he finally stopped in a small clearing a few miles away from the farm. The forest around him was utterly silent, thanks to the overwhelming amount of mana leaking from his body, but with a breath, he drew it all in, restraining his presence and returning the night to its previous peaceful state. Standing still, he listened to the night sounds that began to return as the bugs and birds and other small creatures started to stir. Once again, the coolness of the night brought both clarity and comfort to him, gently quashing the flames that had threatened to consume him. When he had finally calmed down, he turned around and glanced back at the farm before looking down at the book that was still clenched in his hand. "I need to be somewhere private before I open this. Maybe I'll head for the quarry. I can check up on the Grim while I'm there." With a thought, mana flowed into his feet and John shot off, dashing through the forest at incredible speed. When he finally arrived at the cliff, he didn't bother climbing it. Instead, he released a blast of mana from his feet as he jumped, sending him flying up to the top of the cliff. In one giant leap, with 2 more leaps, he arrived at the top of the mountain, able to overlook the entire valley. Scrambling up the final boulder that rested atop the peak of the mountain, John sat down with his legs crossed and held the book out in front of him. He had been keeping a tight hold on his emotions and his thoughts for the last few weeks as he worked on the farm to avoid getting invested in what the magically locked book might contain. While that was clearly a magical lock, that didn't mean the book's owner was necessarily a mage, and a part of John feared that might be the case. In the magic-rich society before the war, It was not uncommon for wealthy people to have magical products, even now. Many affluent people had magical items like his lamps. The chance that the book he was holding was one such item was high, but John was desperately hoping that wasn't the case. Calming himself, he did his best to get rid of his worries and began to inject his mana into the magical lock, taking extra care to control it like a regular lock. The mana lock would only recognize a particular sequence of mana, which would act as a key to unlock it, unlike a regular lock. A magical lock that got the wrong key could explode, wiping out whatever it was locking, which was why nearly all of the old mage's writings had been lost by the time John had been summoned. Nearly every magical lock in the world had been forced, forever erasing everything they had hidden. Chapter 17. If it had been anyone else, what John was attempting would be a guaranteed recipe for failure. But thanks to his maxed out mana control, he was able to feed mana into the lock, slowly enough that he could feel out the spaces where the proverbial teeth should fall. Ever so carefully he let his mana flow into the lock, paying careful attention to its state. 1 minute turned into 2, then 5, then a dozen. Yet his precise control never fluctuated. Once, after close to 45 minutes had passed, he felt the lock transform. The change was subtle, as if it had gained the last piece that had been missing, forming a solid, unbroken whole. Without daring to breathe, John carefully pressed his hand on the book, willing the manacle he had created to trigger. With a light click, the book popped open. The lock vanishing, relief flooded through John's body, and he relaxed the muscles. He hadn't even realized he was tensing. Wow, what a nerve-wracking experience. I honestly didn't know if that would work, if his entire body had not been reinforced with mana. To an unimaginable degree, John was sure his hand would have been shaking as he reached for the cover of the book. As the moonlight illuminated the page, a small sigh leaked out of his lips, and he began to read. Martis for 169, a new adventure seems to be as good an excuse to start a new journal as any. Today we left for the valley. I write this by lamplight in our first camp. The journey should take no more than 2 weeks. Thanks to the improved lightness spell the Tower Master cast in our carts. Speaking of Tower Master, Kelvis is quite a jovial fellow. Nothing like my college professors. There is little that seems to bother him. But that is probably because his mind is entirely absorbed in his research. Martis, that's March 1st. 69, that was nearly 100 years ago. 90 for WoW. So this was a few years before the First Mage War. Continuing to read, John found another passage that detailed the writer's arrival in the valley. Martis 18:1. Despite losing a day to examine an odd plant we found, we have finally arrived at the valley. I think everyone will be happy to rest their feet after our long trip. The tower is a truly beautiful place, but right now, I think any place that was not a dusty road or cold tent would look beautiful. According to Tower Master Kelvis, the tower was made from local stone, quarried from the nearby mountains. There was supposed to be a handover ceremony, but the last Tower Master seemed to be in a hurry, and we barely saw him before he ran off. Well, I'm too tired to think about why he was in such a hurry to leave. Glad to be here finally. What followed was a daily description of the mundane life of a research mage at a mage tower, detailing the various experiments the writer was assisting, with an occasional note about how boring life in the valley was. From what the journal recorded, the experiments all had something to do with magical plants, explaining why John had found the bags of seeds in the chest, making a note to match up the packs of seeds to the various experiments detailed in the journal. He continued reading, getting a picture of just how peaceful life had been at the Mage Tower when the journal was written. It wasn't until he'd gotten halfway through the book that the slow rhythm of the writer's life was disrupted. Unias 3:173. Tower Master Kelvis gathered us today. He looked terrible. The Academy has sent a message that the research we are working on is going to be cancelled. They want us to switch to studying an air magic spell. According to the Tower Master, they have commanded all of the research towers to work on developing the Tower Master's master level spell into a forbidden spell. Why would anyone want another forbidden spell? The Megu's convocation destroyed all forbidden spells nearly 20 years ago after thousands of people died. What on earth would cause them to want a new one? We were all given copies of Tower Master Kelvis's master level spell. Wind Blade. Wind Blade, that's one of Katrin's spells. Hold on, that's where I knew that name from. Storm Master Kelvis. So this tower must have been part of Alara before it was divided. Wait a second. Is it the same person he looked like? He was in his 50s when he died 9 years ago. But this journal is from 100 years ago. Maybe it was a descendant, unless Master Majors live for a long time. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. At that level, you don't really qualify as human anymore. Unius 10-173. It has been a week since things changed. 2 majors arrived from the Academy, and everything has been tense. I don't like either of them, but the taller one, Vinko, gives me the creeps. They keep snooping to see what sorts of results we are getting. A few of the other researchers were not able to learn Wind Blade and were sent back to the Academy. Tower Master Kelvis almost got into a fight with them. I am worried. As John continued to read, it was easy to form a mental picture of what was happening in the tower. Having the benefit of knowing how things turned out, it was clear to John that the writer was experiencing the beginning of the First Mage War, when the nations leveraged their academies to launch preemptive strikes against each other. Sure enough, early in the next year, John found the frantic entry. Januarius 7-1, there was an attack on the tower. 6 mages arrived under cover of night, LED into the tower by Mage Vinko. They slaughtered all the other mages and would have killed me as well. If the Tower Master had not stopped them, he used the spell he has been developing, obliterating all 7 of them with a sky full of wind blades. What on earth is going on? That's a month before the official start of the war. This must have been one of the preemptive strikes. But Tower Master Kelvis survived, along with the writer of this journal. After the entry about the attack, there was a jump of a few months until the next entry. Unlike the entry before, this one was written in careful, determined strokes, detailing just how much the writer had changed. April's 1.7 for the world has gone mad. There have been for more attacks, somehow, word of the Tower Master's forbidden level spell has spread, and mages from half a dozen nations have appeared, trying to convince him to defect and trying to kill him when he refuses. The last attack was the worst. When they realized they cannot beat the Tower Master, they changed their target to our research. Thankfully they failed, but they nearly succeeded in bringing the entire tower down. Tower Master Kelvis has decided to move back to the Academy, but before he does, he is going to destroy the tower to make it look like everything has been lost. He has asked me to stay behind and guard what is left. Along with continuing our research, he will tell the Academy I am dead and will simulate a great battle. Maybe then we can preserve the legacy we have fought so hard to create. April 6th, 1-74. It has been done. The tower fell with a crash that shook the mountains. Thousands of tombs were left to burn in the ruins of the tower, to hide the truth that we moved the important research and the core of the magical knowledge we have gathered to the caves in the mountains. It is a dark place, a tower that plunges into the depths of the earth. Tower Master Kelvis jokingly called it the tower's shadow, but I think the name fits. As the only member of this new earthen tower and the de facto Tower Master, I will therefore christen my new home the Shadow Tower. Aprilis 7-174. Tower Master Kelvis left today. He took my locket to prove my death and grant my family a keepsake Unused 15:1. How many times I have sat in the dark. This journal opened before me. My words do not come to me anymore. It is only in the last week that I realize I am utterly alone. A dozen times I have seen the streak of mages flashing across the sky as they search the valley. In the ruins a dozen times I have wanted to call out, but then I remember Master Kelvis's instructions and remain silent. Ulysses 151. It has been a month since my last entry. I think I will put this journal away for a time. It reminds me too much of the good times. Still no word from Master Kelvis. Letting out of breath, John looked up from the journal. The writer's oppressive feelings seemed to leak from the page, infecting him with a somber mood. There was still over half of the journal left to read, but the night was progressing rapidly, and John still wanted to stop by the village before he returned to the farm. Putting the book away, John used his own manner to reset the lock, ensuring that he would be able to open it up again whenever he wanted standing. He stretched more from habit than anything else, and was about to jump down from the top of the mountain when a sudden thought struck him. I wonder how those Grimm are getting along. On a whim, he went down the other side of the mountain. Soon arriving at the quarry, scanning the quarry, he didn't see the Grimm, but his sharp eyes instead spotted something interesting down where they had made the trade, summoning the surrounding mana. He floated down into the quarry, not worrying if anyone saw him flying. There was a mountain between him and the valley, which would give him enough of an alibi if anyone did. Touching down lightly, John stared down at the large, flat stone that had been moved up next to the wall. Where he'd cut the milk tub, 3 flowers had been left on the stone, their roots carefully cleaned. Next to them were a few other fragments John recognized as mundane gardening tools and an empty milk bottle. Letting out a laugh, John bent down to examine the items, quickly realizing none of them showed any sign of being magical. The Grimm must have thought that, since he wanted the trunk, he would be interested in these other items. Standing up, he glanced casually over his shoulder and froze, unable to believe his eyes. Carefully drawn on the wall was the shadow of a figure, nearly twice his size, but what had arrested his attention was the halo of crimson flames that had been drawn, surrounding the figure, 2 crimson eyes that appeared to bleed red. Light sat in the drawing's head, giving the image a frightening feeling. Despite the barely contained violence of the drawing, the figure had its hands outstretched, a green flower in one palm and a yellow crystal in the other. That's me. It must be. How on earth did they draw this? 10 years in this ridiculous world, and only now am I starting to meet intelligent fantasy creatures, huh? It makes me look forward to meeting those specters, or whatever that Ben was talking about. I'll have to ask him where he saw them. Clenching his palm, John created 2 tiny fragments of mana and placed them down on the flat rock, exchanging them for the 3 flowers he had planted, the other flower by the house. But it seemed to be entirely ordinary, leaving John at a loss. Maybe with a few more he would get some sort of clue. Another whim struck him, and John picked up a nearby stick. Flames burst from his fingers, charring the end of the stick. Using it, he roughly sketched out a book on the rock, complete with a magical lock. Pleased with his rudimentary drawing, he smiled and flew up to the top of the mountain, landing and beginning to make his way back down. The sun had barely begun peeking over the far mountains when he arrived at the blacksmith's shop, but the forge was already burning hot, and Garrett and his apprentice were banging away at their anvil. Seeing John walk up, Garrett gave him a nod, but never stopped swinging his hammer, sending ringing sounds echoing through the early morning air. That's some early morning wake-up call, John said. Once Garrett had finished smacking the lump of iron, he was working on thrusting the ingot into the forge to get it back up to temperature, while his apprentice worked the bellows. Garrett grinned. "You ain't lying. Most of the folks who used to live on this side of town have moved to the other. Haha. What can I say? The best work happens in the morning. Speaking of, I'm sure you didn't come by just to chat. What brings you into town so early? I need some pieces for the farm. I'll draw you out some designs. I'm also interested in seeing if you have a spare forge. Anvil and hammer I can buy. I wouldn't mind having something at the farm, so I didn't have to come into town for repairs and the like. Carefully looking over the drawings John had given him, Garrett looked up at John's words, shaking his head. No, I'm sorry. I don't have anything to spare in the way of smithing tools. But there is a caravan that comes in once every 3 months, brings some supplies. You could order something. It'd be expensive for them to haul it. But that's about your only option, unless you want me to build you something from scratch. Is this for a moving cart? What do you need that for? Cheese production line or what? We're making cheese and this will make it easier. Who do I talk to about that caravan? Sven should be able to get you sorted. This time it was John's turn to look confused. Sven, the bartender at the inn, has a beard. Oh, right, I know him. How do these designs look? Think you can do it? Yeah. Though it will take me a few days, especially the rail. A 40-foot long rail is going to be tricky. You can do it in shorter sections. Just do 5-foot long sections. I don't need them to be attached together. Got it then. Today's perfect. I'll bring the cart by then. Anything I should know before I head into town? No, though those adventurers have been poking around, trying to find someone to play guide for them. Want some breakfast? Thanks, but no, I'll eat back at the farm. Ignoring the knowing look Garrett gave him, John just waved and headed into town. Chapter 18. It was close to 8 when he finally made it back to the farm, but to John's surprise, Ellie still had a hot breakfast waiting for him. The milking and a bunch of other chores had been done, and her brother had been fed. But Ellie had waited for John to arrive before serving up a piping hot stack of pancakes. There was a bit of honey and some of the cream she had skimmed from the milk to go on them, as well as fresh cut strawberries from the garden. Staring down at the plate, John almost felt as if they looked too good to eat. Almost. As he dug in, Ellie got her own pancakes and sat with him, pouring a cup of milk for each of them. In between bites, she talked quietly to him about the farm and what still needed to be done before they could start planting. In the last few weeks, Ferdy had become adept at plowing straight furrows, making it much easier to prepare the fields. So John had switched to clearing the fields, chopping the trees, and then using the bool to pull out the stumps. Was a time-consuming job, but thanks to the pure mana John had been feeding Fertney, the bull's stamina was nearly endless, so they could work all day. The last few trees would only take a morning to clear, and John was confident that within another 2 days, they could plow the rest of the fields. There was still a month until it was time for the late summer sowing, so John decided to spend that time learning as much as he could about growing plants. He had been keeping an eye on the large garden Ellie and Ben tended, and had been impressed with how much it produced, while some of that extra growth could be attributed to the high mana concentration in the valley's soil. It was clear Ellie knew exactly what she was doing. After breakfast, John got out the Major's journal and undid the lock, opening it back up to the page where he had ended. Before he began reading, he opened up his quest window, selecting his active quest and reading over it. As was his habit, grow wheat. Food is important not only to you, but to everyone in the world. Learn to grow wheat that will survive in any environment. Wheat that will survive in any environment, huh? That means it needs to be able to grow in mana, irradiated land, where forbidden level spells have gone off, huh? Wait, does that mean it has to be able to survive in super hot or cold temperatures too? What about underwater? Ooh, this stupid game. Letting out a sigh. He shut the quest window and began to read the journal, picking up where he had left off. Ian Urius 1-1, still no word from Master Kelvis, but it has been 6 months since my last entry, and I fear that I am about to go crazy. I am a mage, so the work has not been overly difficult. The same cannot be said for my mental state. I live in a constant state of fear. Why has Master Kelvis not returned? Regardless, it was clearly the right choice. To move everything of value into the Shadow Tower. There have been at least 40 flights over the ruins of the tower. Since I stopped writing in this journal, all of them have ended with death. I have witnessed companions stabbing each other in the back, so often that I do not know that I will ever trust another person again. I am beginning to suspect the whole world has gone mad apart from me. Maybe I will join them soon, or maybe I will just live alone forever. January is to 175. Today I had a steak for dinner. There are 20 left. January is 6/175. Another fight over at the ruins of the tower. There's next to nothing left of them. What wasn't destroyed by Master Kelvis's blade storm has been crushed and burned by the fighting mages. January 18th 1/75. Another stake to day 19 to go. I need to do something about my supplies. February 26th 1/75. I need a goal or I truly will go mad. April 7th 1/75. It has been 1 whole year since I descended into this tower. Today I felt something different in the air. Whether I have gone crazy or accepted my plight, I do not know. Regardless, I have decided I will grow a garden with it. I can continue the research I had just begun when the orders came from the academy. In order to grow plants, I will need a few things. I have soil and water, but the lights I use to see in my dark prison will not work for growing plants. Therefore, the first order of business is to create a light source that can stimulate the growth of plants, since I cannot use the sun. The second thing I need is a source of seeds. I cannot leave the tower myself, and have no helper to gather seeds for me. I do not know how I will accomplish either of these things. I feel like I have become little more than a shadow. Looking out at the world, 15 left. I wonder if this is the source of these flowers the Grim keep giving me. Speaking of, I should plant these 3 new ones before I forget. Leaving the journal on the table, John walked out behind the house, where he had planted the first flower. Rounding the corner, he stopped, staring at the empty spot where the flower had been planted. Looking around with a frown, he was unable to see it anywhere. Mana flooded into his eyes as he blinked, and the mana and the surroundings jumped into focus, but he was still unable to find it. The only thing he saw was a large concentration of mana in the area the plant had once been. His frown deepening, he walked over to Ellie, who was tending to the garden. Ellie, have you seen the large flower I planted by the house? No, I didn't see anything over there. What did it look like? Getting one of the flowers out of his coat, John went to show it to her like this. The other one had even larger petals. No sooner had his words sounded than the sunlight fell on the flower, dyeing its petals a midnight blue. A moment later, the petals began to melt away completely, and the plant evaporated into mana, dousing the area in a layer of mist like mana. Almost immediately, the nearby plants began to sway, trying to suck in as much mana as they could. With a gasp, Ellie stepped back, her hands going to her chest, as multiple plants began to bud and flower. What was that? That's a great question, John said, scratching his head, though it does explain why I can't find my flower. Apparently they melt in direct sunlight, huh? Strange. Have you ever run across a plant like this? No, I haven't. There are plants that only bloom at night, like starwort, but I've never heard of one that explodes into mist in sunlight. All right, well, sorry for the interruption. I have a few more, but I might keep them out of the sun. You have more? What if we put them in pots? Ellie asked, her eyes glowing. And is it direct sunlight or just some sunlight? Look at what it did to my garden. This is incredible. Did you find these when you were out at night? So they must grow nearby. Were they in a cave? Shaking his head, John pointed west. I found them in the mountains. It was at night, which explains why they survived. We'll have to test them out. I'll go get the pozzo. What if we took them down to the cheese cellar? I started the first batch this morning after milking. But there's no sunlight down there. Good call, let's take them down there. Caught up in the excitement of something new, Ellie ran to the barn to find the pots, while John walked over to the cheese cellar. Soon she carried the pots she had found down into the cellar, putting them up on the table. John carefully took out the smaller of the two remaining flowers, watching vigilantly in case it decided to melt under the bright light from the lamps. Seeing that it remained fine, he put it down on the table and got out the other flower. I'll get some soil for the pots, and I'll get some water. That reminds me, we need water down here. John said, looking around. I should tap into the spring. While John took the pots out to fill them up with dirt from the garden, Ellie fetched a bucket of water, putting it down next to the table. John soon returned, and they planted the two flowers, packing the soil around their roots and adding a little bit of water to the pots. Unsure how much water they would need, Ellie just put in a single cup. All right, I should get to the plowing. Leaving the plants with Ellie in the cellar, John went to the barn for the harness and carried it to the pasture. Even before he made it to the fence, Ferdy had trotted over and was standing still, ready to get into the harness. Holding it out, John looped it over Ferdy's horns and buckled it under his stomach and across his back. How is your special plant doing? John asked, getting a happy moo in return, nudging John gently with one of his large horns. Birdie pushed him toward the back of the pasture and then trotted off. Seeing that John was not following him, the bull mooed again and jerked his head, as if telling John to follow him. It's like talking to a person. There's no way it understood me. Is there? Can mana really do this? I mean, how many creatures have been fed a daily diet of pure mana like this guy has following Ferdy? John arrived at the large rock the bull used to shelter the plant. Moving it aside, Ferdy proudly showed John that it had gotten a little bit bigger, and the fleshy pods on the sides of the plant had grown a bit longer. Very nice pods, very green, prancing happily. Ferdy pushed the rock back over the plant and followed John out of the pasture to the field, where the plow was already waiting from the day before. Hooking it up, John flicked the reins and Ferdy started to pull. The bull's intelligence had grown every day, and he now had no problem plowing perfectly straight lines all day long. By the time the plowing was finished for the day, Ellie had finished dinner, and after sitting down to eat, John picked up the Major's journal to read on the porch, while Ellie and Ben went to the barn for the evening. Milking. -31,175. My garden has made no progress. So far I have only succeeded in destroying nearly 20 mana stones. No matter how much I concentrate the mana and the stones, I cannot mimic the intensity of sunlight without overloading the mana stone's capacity. I have decided I will not eat another steak until I have solved this problem. Unia's 11,175. Using multiple mana stones does not work either. Another 15 destroyed at this rate. I will run out of mana stones. I will need to find a new source of mana stones. Unia's 29,175. Strengthening the mana stone does not work. Julia's 12,175. Today I am feeling quite down. Yesterday I thought I had succeeded. I have been working on an overlaid light circuit with attached amplification circuits, using Farbiger's method, and it showed a lot of promise. It took me 6 mana stones to activate, but once I did it, I actually felt heat from it. The value of this circuit would be priceless to the Academy if it still exists, but after a dozen seconds, it exploded badly, damaging the wall of the tower. I was so upset I could not bring myself to eat. Tomorrow I will fix the wall. Ulysses 21,175. My last failure has saved me. The explosion that destroyed part of that tower wall has allowed me to discover why Master Kelvis created the tower. Here there is a natural man of mine under the tower. I only realized it when I was repairing the wall. Though I don't know how deep it is, this gives me hope to celebrate. I had a delicious dinner. 14 left. Augustus 1/175. I have spent the last week surveying the mine. It will be more than sufficient for my needs. September 1/175. My experiments continue apace, though I have not made any progress. With the sunlight generating circuit, I have strong hope that I can figure out a way to stabilize it. The heat I felt was real. October 1st 175. The circuit has proven to be harder to develop than I thought. No further progress. October 31st 175. This is a fool's errand despite being convinced of that. I will give it to the end of the year. No further progress. November 1st 175. No progress. December 31st 175. The year is over. I have nothing to show for it. I fear I cannot continue. I must find a different approach. Leaning back in his chair, John couldn't help but shake his head. Wow, that's some serious dedication. Though it's clear from these flowers that the mage succeeded in some capacity. Flipping the page, he continued to read, eventually coming to a page where a big, bold sentence was inscribed at the top of the page. "I've figured it out. I cannot believe I did not think about it before. My approach has been entirely wrong. I was mining mana stones and came across a particularly tough route. As I was chopping at the root, I realized the answer to my problem. Why do I need to create a sun when I can create plants that can grow in the dark?" I spent the rest of the day cleaning my lab and preparing to resume my experiments. Ulysses 6:1. Today I realized I missed the anniversary of my stay in the tower. It does not matter. What matters is my research. Ulysses 13:1. Already I have had success. Taking a note from the roots in the mana mine that seemed to seek out the largest mana stones, I have successfully grafted a flower that shows a trend of growing toward mana. Augustus to for 1/76. I barely have time to pen entries anymore. My research is too exciting. I have not yet succeeded in developing a flower that can absorb mana directly without dying, but I can feel I am making progress. Today is a day worth celebrating. 13 left. Chapter 19. Over the next 2 days, John finished the plowing and got ready to begin sowing. He had brought bags of seeds with him when he had arrived at the valley, but after looking at the amount of land he cleared, he knew he was going to need more. In the evenings he continued to read the journal, slowly making his way through it. On the morning of the 3rd day, he got up early and hitched up the horse to the cart. While Ellie and Ben were taking care of the morning milking, John went into town to pick up the rail from Garrett's workshop. Loading the sections of metal rail into his cart, he paid the blacksmith and swung by the inn to talk to the bartender Sven about the order he had placed the other day. Stopping the cart in front of the inn, John jumped down and walked into the inn. Even early in the morning, there were a few townsfolk who were eating breakfast at the tables. Seeing John, the waitress went back into the kitchen to get Sven, while John took a seat at the bar. "You're up early," pushing through the door. With 3 plates of food balanced on his arms, Sven slid them onto the bar and wiped his hands on his apron, while the waitress carried the food out to the tables. "Had some things to pick up from Garrett. Want breakfast?" "No thanks. Just checking on the caravan. Sometime this week most likely, but it's a hard thing to pin down. Depends on how much trouble they run into. Bandits. Yeah, the wolves have been howling lately." "Oh, I haven't heard them. They must be running in the mountains." "Not sure that's better. It's most often the enemies you can't see or hear that can do the most damage." Giving Spin a long look, John nodded and glanced at the stairs. Speaking of, are those adventurers still around? No, they've been out of town for a few days. Seems they've found someone to show them around. But they had me keep their rooms, so I imagine we'll see them today or tomorrow again. Do me a favor and send me a message when the caravan arrives, all right? Standing up, John slid a gold coin across the counter and nodded to the bartender as he walked out of the inn. He found Holden standing by his horse, looking at it glumly. When the village leader heard the sound of John's feet on the porch, he spun around, a pleasant smile on his face. "Ah, John, how great to see you. I was thinking about you the other day. I remember someone saying that you had gotten a plow. Right, well, I know where to get my hands on an ox that has been trained to plow. If you like, I wouldn't mind setting up a meeting between you and the farmer who owns it." Staring at the honest-looking village leader, John felt a strange feeling welling up in his chest. For some reason, he was feeling a nearly overwhelming impulse to punch Holden in his teeth, unsure where the feeling was coming from. But trusting his gut, John walked by Holden and climbed up into the cart. "Thanks, that's a kind offer. I think we have it handled though. I'll let you know if we need the help." "Nice to see you." Without waiting for a reply, John clicked his reins, and the horse began pulling the full cart out of the village. Standing in front of the inn watching him go, a strange look flashed in Holden's eyes. But when John glanced back, he only saw the smiling village leader giving him a wave as John's cart disappeared from view. Holden turned to go into the inn, only to find a pretty blonde woman standing behind him. "Miss Walza, I'm sorry I didn't see you there. Please call me Sandra," the blonde-haired woman said, smiling at Holden. "Oh, yes, Sandra. You can call me Jonas. Jonas, how nice. I saw you were talking with Mr. Sutton. Do you know him well?" Glancing over his shoulder at the spot where John and his cart had disappeared, Holden turned back to Sandra, a wide smile on his face. "John as well as anyone. I guess he keeps to himself, but if anyone in this town can claim friendship with him, I think it'd be me. He is a curious one, isn't he? Sort of mysterious. I wonder why someone like him came into the valley. I think he was a soldier. The farm was part of his discharge reward, if I remember correctly." "Oh, a soldier, is that right?" Oblivious to the conversation happening behind him, John continued on his way, soon arriving back at the farm. After taking the horse out to the close pasture, John joined Ellie and Ben in the house for breakfast. Once they were finished, Ellie started cleaning up, and Ben helped John unload the metal rail from the cart, carrying it over to deposit it next to the barn. Once everything was piled up, John took a moment to review how everything was going to go together. The barn and the cellar weren't far from each other, and John had already dug out the path the rail was supposed to follow. Garrett's work had been precise, and setting up the rails in their brackets was not difficult. Using the holes he had created along the path when he dug it out, John lined up the brackets and inserted a metal rod. A trace amount of mana was enough to melt the end, causing it to expand and fill the hole, locking the bracket in place. As he sheared off the end of the rod to create a rivet, "Here's the next rail," Ben said, huffing, as he dragged a length of rail over from the pile. "Thanks, grab another bracket as well." Taking the rail and the bracket, John slid them together and held the end of the rail flush against the rail that was already in place. A tap along the bottom of the spot where they connected with a hammer was enough to melt the metal together, and after pulling the heat out of the welds, John continued down the line, though it would have been faster if he had just done it himself. Since he wouldn't have had to hide his mana use, John let Ben help him by running errands and holding things in place, and early in the afternoon, they finished up the line and put the cart on the rail. After setting up the stoppers, they arranged the pulley system, hooking it up in the milking barn. While John made sure the brake worked on the cart, Ben ran to get his sister pulling her over to show her what they'd built. Watching Ben proudly pulling the cart up and down the rail, John smiled, a strange feeling he hadn't felt for over a decade, boiling up inside his chest, picking up some of the remaining pieces of scrap metal that they didn't end up using. John carried it back out to the cart before the feelings could grow. The farm was quiet in the early afternoon light, but the quiet did not last long. No sooner had he finished putting the scrap metal away than he heard voices. On the long drive that came up the yard, straightening up, John wiped off some of the soot on his hands, on a rag he had grabbed as he waited. Walking up the road were three people, a dangerous feeling radiating from them. Two of them, John recognized immediately as Wael and Jamal. Both seemed to be in much better shape than the last time John had seen them, and the difference they showed. The man in between them was a solid clue that John was currently looking at Javier, the Wolf King, leader of the bandits who inhabited Wolf Den. If that wasn't enough of a clue, the two waist-high wolves that walked on either side of the bandit cemented his identity, advancing until they got into the yard. Javier and his two lieutenants stopped to look around. The bandit king was handsome with thick, curly hair and a chiseled chin. It was clear from the way his wide shoulders and thick arms fit into his leather armor that he possessed considerable power, though John knew better than to judge based on appearances. When mana and classes got involved, little in this world was ever as it seemed. The thing that clued John into Haver's level of strength was the easy way he walked. Not hurried, but ready to accelerate, explosively at a moment's notice. Just like the wolves that stalked next to him. His handsome face held a slightly sleepy expression, but his gaze was sharp, and he never stopped scanning for threats. The sound of the barn door let John know that Ellie and Ben had come out, but his eyes never left Javier and the two large wolves. After glancing past John at Ellie and her brother, Javier took another step forward, putting him in the center of the yard. "Are you Sutton?" Haver's voice was rich and deep, and mixed with the devilish charm he exuded, John suddenly thought he would have made a perfect bandit king in a TV show if he had lived on Earth. Glancing past the charismatic bandit at the two men who followed him, John had to stop himself from smirking. Both of them were expressions that were part fear, part anger and part embarrassment. Embarrassment that the plain farmer in front of them had beaten them all into submission. Anger for how he had stripped them all and hung them up for their boss to find, and fear because even now they could remember the feeling of his rock-hard fists. Yes, nodding calmly, John faced Javier, his hands tucked in his belt, and the rag flipped over his shoulder. The bandit king searched for a flicker of unease in John's eyes, but all he discovered was a deep well of absolute calm. A small smirk lifted the corner of Javer's lips, and he let out a deep laugh. "You know, I have to commend you. Few people are so calm in my presence. I hope my pets don't make you too nervous." Reaching down as he spoke, Javier scratched behind the ears of one of the two wolves, his eyes never leaving John's at some unknown signal. The other wolf slowly stood up and began to bristle, the fur on its neck rising as its lips pulled back to reveal its large teeth. Seeing that John didn't even twitch, Javer's eyes narrowed slightly, and he straightened back up, patting the bristling wolf on the head. Instantly the wolf calmed back down, returning to its impassive state. "You have a neat little farm here. I was surprised to hear that someone came to take over Old Man Burrow's farm, but you really have settled right in. Bit of a shame how run down it was getting. Ellie and her brother were doing their best, but you know how it is, I don't." John interrupted, shaking his head. Taking it back, Javier felt like he had lost the thread of the conversation. "Pardon, I don't know how it is, Oha. There's only so much a young woman and child can do. But a few weeks here, and you've already fixed the place up, embarrassed my men and stolen my cattle. A sharp air burst from Haber as he finished speaking, causing the yard to suddenly become stifling. As soon as they felt the change in the atmosphere, both wolves leaned forward, low growls rumbling in their chests. Behind Haber, Whale turned completely pale, sweat breaking out on his forehead as the force of Haver's presence washed over him, though he was able to withstand the pressure better. Since he was a class holder, even Jamal trembled slightly, his lips tightening as he kept a wary eye on his boss. Behind John, Ellie pulled Ben behind her and took a step back, getting closer to the entrance to the cheese cellar, glancing over his shoulder. John saw her move and gave her a reassuring smile, before lazily turning his head to look at the Wolf King. "The cattle are mine. See, that's the funny thing, because I sure thought they were at Wolfton. And everything at Wolfton is mine," Haber said, taking a small step forward. At his side, the two wolves mirrored him. "Everything except my cows," may be listening to John's calm voice. Haber burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you know, I think I like you. It's been a long time since I have talked to anyone with the guts to actually stand up to me. The last few people to give me a lip like this were fed to my wolves this time. It was..." John's turn to smile, though his neutral expression returned so quickly. Haber thought he might have imagined it. "They might find me a bit of a tough meal," John said, reaching up to hold on to the edge of the rag on his shoulder. "I heard you're a knight, right? I was quite surprised to hear that." Another class holder had come into the valley, but regardless, there's something that's really important. If you want to live your idyllic farm dreams, I don't care if you are a knight, Templar, or the captain of the Royal Knight himself. This valley is mine, and if you don't like that, you have no choice but to leave or become Wolf food. Punctuating his words with another step forward, Haver sneered at John, only to see the ghostly smile flash across his face again. "Or you can leave me alone. I'm more than happy to wipe out all of our past history and start completely new," John said. "You and your men leave this farm alone, and I won't bother you. Live and let live." "Right, huh? That sounds great. Except that stories about how you beat up my men have already spread. Normally I wouldn't care. A class holder beating up these chumps. Completely normal, but you not only stole from me, you also took my girl," Haver said, gesturing to Ellie. "I'll assume you're not only ignorant but blind as well, as a favor to a fellow class holder. I'll give you a chance, but just one. And what chance is that? Within 3 days, bring the cattle and Ellie to Wolfton. You can keep the brat, but you better not be missing one single cow." Raising his eyebrows slightly, John remained silent as Haver smirked at him. "If you don't, I'll be forced to pay you another visit and give you a first-hand demonstration of how I got my title Wolf King." Chapter 20. Dinner was a quiet affair, as both Ellie and Ben seemed preoccupied with their thoughts. John, who didn't speak much in the first place, didn't notice anything different and finished 3 helpings of food like normal, pushing back his plate once he was done. John got the Major's journal out and went out to the porch. The farm was quiet, but he could sense the manner disturbance Haver had left behind, hanging in the middle of the yard. The pressure the Wolf King had exerted was one of the tricks class holders could learn, and marked the difference between those with titles and those without. By using their own mana to agitate the mana in the air, they could create that feeling of pressure, using it to suppress or overpower others who were less skilled by tying their internal manner to the manner around them. They could project their personality, creating a signature feeling that acted as much as a calling card as a tool for intimidation. Haver, the Wolf King's aura was that of a predator and felt like a bloodthirsty hunter, staring at its prey from the shadows. It was clear, from how the feeling remained in the air after he left, that the Wolf King's control of his manner was considerable, making him one of the most dangerous class holders. John had encountered in the valley. Letting out a sigh, John stepped off the porch and walked out to the middle of the yard with a light inhale. The mana that had taken on Haver's aura was sucked into his lungs, where it burned for a moment before spreading through his body. What kind of idiot leaves mana just hanging around like that? Someone could get hurt. Going back to the porch, John was about to sit down when the door opened and Ben stepped out of the kitchen. Clearly nervous, Ben stopped in place when he saw John, his eyes going wide as he fidgeted with the hem of his shirt. After waiting for a moment to see if Ben was going to say anything, John sat down and flipped open his book. When Ben still didn't say anything, he frowned and looked over at the boy. "If you want to say something, just say it," jumping slightly. Ben swallowed and looked back at the kitchen, trying to gather his courage. John could hear that the sound of dishes had stopped and knew Ellie was listening as well. When Ben finally got himself together, he looked down at John's boots and stammered what the Wolf King said. Lapsing into silence, Ben swallowed, having lost his words. The slight frown on John's face grew deeper, but that just made Ben cower back. With a sigh, John closed the journal and looked out at the setting sun in the distance. "You know, there are many types of people in this world." John spoke quietly, but somehow his voice sounded exceptionally clear. "But at the end of the day, there are only really two groups. There are people who fear what's outside of their control, and there are people who do not. As you grow, you must make it your objective to be the latter, rather than the former, to become that person. You have to learn to trust yourself. You must trust your ability to handle suffering. You must trust your skills, and you must trust your ability to learn. In learning to trust these three parts of yourself, there will be no situation that can shake you." However, the Wolf King is a powerful man and has many strong people who work under him, and yet he still came here cautiously because he fears what's outside of his control. He gave a deadline of 3 days. Once that time is up, he will be faced with a choice. He can either act as he said he would, or he can choose to do something else. We have no control over his choice, but whatever he decides, we have no need to be shaken. John's words lingered long in Ben's ears as he tried to understand them. Seeing that John did not pick up the journal to begin reading, the young boy was encouraged and hesitantly asked another question. So you're not going to send my sister to him?" Letting out a light laugh, John shook his head and opened up the journal. "No, I'm not," though John did not elaborate. Ben felt a huge wave of relief wash over him as the fear that had gnawed at his mind ever since the Wolf King had left the farm evaporated into nothing. Letting out a big sigh, Ben shrugged his shoulders, almost as if he was unloading all the weight from them. Oh, good. I'm really glad to hear that." As he watched Ben run off to check the traps he had set in the nearby woods, John heard the sounds of dishes clanking together from the kitchen and smiled, enjoying the peaceful moment. He was about to start reading when a notification popped up in front of his face. -1 doom points, the apocalypse retreats. Ooh, I don't understand this game at all. The next morning, John got up bright and early, and after helping with the morning milking, harnessed up Ferdy. Today was the day when he was going to start sowing seeds, and he wanted to create a few test gardens to test out different sorts of seeds. After pulling some wood from the drying pile, he headed for the field he had plowed and began to set out some stakes, marking large areas for each type of wheat. He was testing. All right, I'll use 20 acres for the control wheat and do another acre for each of the 5 variants. Looking over his setup one more time, John was about to begin sowing when he heard someone calling for him. Turning around, he saw Ellie waving to him, Holden, the village leader, and another man that John had never seen before were standing next to her, causing John to frown. Despite the distance, he could see that Holden was trying to talk to Ellie, and though he was not sure why that would make him uncomfortable, it did, with Ferdy following behind him like a giant puppy. John walked over to the house, nodding a greeting to the two men. As he came to a stop next to Ellie, a slightly annoyed expression crossed Holden's face. As John came between Ellie and him, but remembering why he had come all the way out to the farm. In the first place, he coughed and gave John a big smile. Turning to the man standing beside him, he gestured to John. John, let me introduce you to Godfrey Folke, caravan master and merchant. He runs the regularly monthly caravan that comes into town each month. Godfrey, this is John. Stepping forward, Guillaume held out his hand, a wide smile on his face, revealing a set of perfect teeth. Hello, John. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've been hearing much about the valley's new resident. From the folks in town, nothing but good things, I assure you. Taking Godfrey's hand, John could see the wheels turning in the merchant's head, as if he was trying to catch a fleeting thought. A bad premonition ran through John as he dropped the merchant's hand. After a quick shake and a moment later, it was proven accurate. Though I don't live in the valley, it's hard not to feel a sense of attachment after doing business here for so long. It's wonderful to see someone taking over Old Man Burroughs' place. Laughing, Holden shook his head. Though, I guess we can't call it the Burroughs homestead anymore. Can we? You're calling it Sutton Farm now, right? Sutton, Guthrie asked, his eyes darting from Holden to John and back, oblivious to the merchant's reaction. Holden nodded and gestured to John. Yes, John here is the new owner, so it makes sense to use his last name. Seeing the shock registering in the merchant's eyes, John turned his head and spoke quietly to Ellie. Ellie, would you mind showing Holden some of the cheese we're going to bring into town? I would love to hear his opinion on it. I have a few things here to speak to Mr. Folke about. Will join you in a minute. Sensing the unusual tone in John's voice, Ellie glanced at the frozen merchant and nodded, without saying anything to Holden. She turned and walked around the house to the kitchen, Holden happily following her. As soon as they were out of sight, John heard a small thump and turned around, where Godfrey had been standing confidently a moment before. He was now completely prostrate on the ground, his forehead pressed against the ground, and his arms outstretched toward John, palms up. All hail the eternal flame. A disgusted expression flashed across John's face. As he looked down at Godfrey, the merchant was doing his best to suppress it, but John could see that his whole body was trembling. Who sent you here, Your Eminence? No one. I did not come here intentionally. Please spare me. Risking a glance, Godfrey saw John looking down at him and nearly fainted. Though John's presence had not changed, the look in his eyes, as he stared down at the merchant, was so intense, Godfrey feared it would burn his soul. As a merchant who traveled to the furthest, most dangerous reaches of the empire, Godfrey fancied himself a man of composure, but it was impossible to keep himself together. Under the flames that danced in John's eyes, they were not the eyes of a man, but rather the eyes of something else entirely. Terrified, Guillaume turned his head back to the dirt, squeezing his eyes shut as he tried to lower himself even further. Able to sense the fear radiating off of Godfrey, John let out a small sigh. Get up, like he was being stung. Godfrey jumped to his feet, his eyes still screwed tightly shut. What are you doing? Open your eyes. Trembling, Godfrey nearly burst into tears. The eternal flame burns forever. None may look upon your countenance and live. What foolishness, you just looked at me and you're fine. John said, his voice clearly expressing his annoyance. If you don't want to have the worst day of your life, you better do what I say. Open your eyes and drop the honorifics. You have my permission. Opening his eyes a crack, the terrified merchant saw that John was looking at him. Calmly, his eyes normal again, Holding up his hand, John shook his head. No one in the valley can know who I am. If anyone finds out, I'm going to assume you're the one who told them. Your Eminence, I would never shut it. I'm talking. John interrupted, his voice hard enough to chop steel. It just so happens that I need someone to help me get things not available in the valley. And now that you've stumbled across my little secret, you're the guy, but there are some rules. Rule no one is to know where I am. You will die before you tell Ecclesia, or so help me. I will end your life in the worst possible way. Rule no, 2 you'll pretend I'm a regular customer. Rule no, 3 no matter what happens, you will not, and I repeat not, mention my other identity to anyone, ever at any time. This time it was Godfrey's eyes that burned, though with excitement rather than mana, as John had listed the rules. The fear had melted away and a wild passion was born. Standing up straight, he stared at John. Is this a holy mission? What? No, it's not. Seeing Godfrey's face fall, John massaged his forehead. Fine, yes, this is a holy mission, bringing himself under control with surprising speed. Guthrie bowed his head, and when he raised it, he had carefully schooled his face into a mask of calmness. The eternal flame burns forever. It shall be as you say. Great, then come on. I have a list of things inside. Walking around the corner of the house, John found Ellie standing on the porch, holding a block of cheese they had made earlier in the week. She was staring stone-faced at Halden, who was loudly praising the slice of cheese he had just tasted. Seeing John and Godfrey, Ellie carefully cut the block in half and offered it to them. Glancing at John and seeing him accept the piece, Godfrey hid the elation he felt and took the other chunk of cheese, putting it in his mouth. He bit off a chunk and chewed carefully, savoring the rich flavor. Delicious. I didn't know that I've ever tasted cheese like that. Ellie is the one who makes it, John said, jerking a thumb toward the cheese. Seller, but if you want to taste some really good cheese, come back in a year. We've got some cheddar we've just started aging. That will knock your socks off. Cheddar, Gorfried asked, hearing a word he had never heard before. Socks, Halden asked, confused, coughing into his palm. John waved his hand and went into the kitchen, coming out a moment later with a list for Gorfried. Here, you'll find everything we're looking for on that list. Thank you, Godfrey said, scanning over the list. None of this looks like it will be too complicated. I should be able to have most of it, if not all of it, here by the next time I come through. Putting the list away, he glanced at Ellie, giving her a smile. Do you have any thoughts of selling that cheese that you make? The texture is really nice and the flavor is as well. Sneaking a glance at John, Ellie saw he was looking at her encouragingly, realizing he was leaving it in her hands. Ellie felt a warm feeling in her heart. He had built the facilities, brought back the milk cows, and even taught her to make the cheese. But now he was having her lead the discussion with the caravan master, putting this clearly lucrative business in her hands. Gratified, she smiled at Guillaume and nodded yes. Though we won't have any product ready until next month. After that we thought about selling it to the village. Haha, that's great. Instead of that, why not sell it to me? Pardon. Popping the remaining fragment of cheese into his mouth, Godfrey nodded seriously. The texture and taste are exceptional, as you know. Most cheese on the market is much runnier than this, and those that are firm are nearly tasteless. Yet you've managed to keep the flavor, while also getting the best sort of texture. This would do amazingly well in very small quantities. In fact, the smaller the quantity, the better we could present this as an exclusive, high-end product to drive the price up. Seeing that, Godfrey's merchant instincts were kicking in as he started spouting all sorts of marketing strategies. John let out a loud cough, bringing the merchant back to reality. That all sounds very exciting, but we have to get back to planting. Ah yes, of course. We've taken up too much of your time. "It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Sutton, Mrs. Sutton. Please keep me in mind as you make your cheese. I'm certain I could turn you a tidy profit, if you deem to trust your delicious product in my hands." Blushing furiously as Godfrey bowed in front of her, Ellie didn't know how to respond. Stealing a glance at John, she saw he was completely expressionless, causing the redness that covered her cheeks to deepen. "Hey, she isn't," cutting off Halden's protestation. With another flourishing bow, this time to John, Gofride grabbed the village leader and dragged him off to the cart that was waiting for them. Chapter 21. You said you need help with the sewing. Ellie and John had been standing quietly on the porch for a good 2 minutes, each occupied with their own thoughts after Gottfried and Holden left. Hearing her voice but missing the question, John looked over at her, only to find that Ellie was looking away. You said you need help with the sewing, right?" Yeah, I figure it'll go a lot faster if we work on it together." "Okay, I'll get Ben." Watching Ellie pick up her skirt and hurry off, John noticed that the tips of her ears were still bright red. Wondering if she was sick, he turned around and found Furtive staring at him for a moment. He thought he saw a scornful look in the bull's eyes, but after blinking it was gone. "Man, I really am going crazy." With a shake of his head, he went back to the fields, taking a few sticks along with him. Estimating Ellie's height, he cut the stick off, just under where he thought her belly button was. Looking around to make sure no one was nearby, he conjured a tiny thread of flame and inserted it into the top of the stick, burning a hole all the way through to the other end. Pulling the heat out of the stick, he held up the wooden tube he had created, looking through it to make sure it was unobstructed. Taking another stick, he attached one of the metal tools he had asked for from Garrett, pushing a nail in to attach it to the end of a stick. Checking to make sure it wasn't going to shift, he picked up the last tool to make sure it was working properly. Made completely out of metal, it was designed to be dragged by an ox to cut a furrow while planting. He had just finished checking all the tools when Ellie and Ben hurried over. "Sorry we're late, Mr. Sutton," Ben said breathlessly. "I was fashioning a new trap." "No problem, what are you trapping?" "It was a deadfall, I'm hoping to catch a deer," Ben said proudly. "How, you'll have to show it to me." Handing Ellie the hollow stick and Ben the scraping tool, John gestured to the field. "I'm going to cut a furrow. My idea is that Ellie can use the stick planter to drop the seeds, and Ben can follow behind with the flat rake to push the soil back over the seeds. How does that sound?" Seeing that no one had any complaints, John hooked up Ferdy to the furrow device, while Ellie put corn from the bag into her apron pockets. Setting the depth, John gave the command and Ferdy began to pull. Thanks to his mana-reinforced strength, the bull had no problem with the already plowed soil, neatly carving a furrow into the ground where Ellie could drop the seeds. Holding the hollow piece of wood the way John had shown her, she dropped a couple pieces of corn down the hole and then took a small step forward, repeating the action following behind his sister. Ben dragged the flat rake, using the angled blade on its end, to pull the dirt that John had moved back over the corn kernels. For the rest of the day they continued to work, stopping only for a light lunch by the time dinner rolled around. Most of the fields had been planted, and Ben was absolutely exhausted. About halfway through the day, he and John had switched, and the boy had walked behind Ferdy while John took over the raking. "All right, that's enough for today. Let's grab some dinner," falling to his back dramatically. Ben groaned loudly, causing his sister to laugh, emptying out the bits of corn still in her apron pockets back into the bag. She couldn't resist teasing him. "You're not done yet, Ben. We still need to do the evening milking." "What? No, come on, let's get some food in you first." While Ellie dragged her brother back to the house, John gathered up all the tools and carried them back to the barn. followed by Fertney, who kept nudging him lightly, obviously impatient for the reward he thought he was due, pushing the bull back with his hand. John entered the barn and hung up the tools after carefully cleaning them off. He knew little about farming, but he had gotten into the habit of taking care of his weapons and armor during his days as a soldier, and to him this was no different. Once he was satisfied with the condition of the tools, he left the barn and led Ferdy back to the pasture, tossing the bull a sliver of condensed manna. John suddenly thought about the quarry and the western mountains. It had been a little while since he had been there, and he wondered how the Grimm he had seen were doing. The sound of dishes clanking in the kitchen brought his mind back to the present, and John headed inside to eat dinner. Life on a farm was one of nearly constant work, and after dinner, John helped Ellie and Ben with the milking. After that, he spent a bit of time repairing one of the stalls, mending a spot in the fence of the first pasture, and checking on the meat that was curing in the smoking barn. By the time he was done, it was well and truly dark. So after cleaning the dirt from his body, he said good night to Ellie and Ben and went to bed. The moon drifted behind thick clouds, making the night darker than normal, and as John lay in bed, he found that sleep did not come quickly. The encounter with Gelfried that afternoon seemed to have brought back to life a part of his past he had been trying hard to leave behind. The valley was supposed to be a clean break, a distancing from everything he despised about this world, yet even here, it seemed impossible to escape what he had become. Maybe I should go and kill him, then no one will know, catching himself. As the dark thought flashed through his head, John closed his eyes and let out a sigh. The last few months had been a welcome break, but it was clear just how easily he fell back into past habits. When the opportunity presented itself, besides if he dies, who will handle selling the cheese? Let's give him a chance. Flipping over, John tried to go to sleep, as across the valley the merchant in question dreamt up a million schemes by the light of his candle, completely unaware of how close to death he had just come. That night John dreamed of war, of raging flames that consumed the world, until all that remained was the chant of charred skeletons. As the darkness fled before the morning sun, he woke up with a start. A familiar box hanging in front of his eyes. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer, suppressing the curse that rose to his lips. John let out a sigh and stood up, glancing out his window. Despite how early it was, the farm was already full of activity. As the sun broke over the mountains, after breakfast John got to work, finishing up the planting, since he was nearly done, and Ben and Ellie had other chores. He worked on it by himself, finishing up just after lunch. Once he was done, John didn't know what to do next, so he went to find Ellie. She was in the kitchen, working on some bread for lunch and dinner. So he pulled one of the chairs to the wall and sat down. Feeling slightly self-conscious as she worked, Ellie nervously pushed some of the strands of hair that had fallen in front of her face to the side only, succeeding in leaving a streak of flour on her cheek. A light blush crept up her cheeks, making the streak of white even more noticeable. But to her relief, John didn't seem to notice at all. Instead, his attention was fixed on the dough. She had been kneading, unable to bear the silence. Ellie tried to find something to talk about. How did the planting go, hum? Oh, it went well. All 25 acres are planted, 20 acres of regular corn, which should be enough for us to sell, and a few different types I'm testing. Oh, that reminds me, I wanted to check how much corn we'll get. Do you know how many bushels we should expect to get from an acre? Shaking her head, Ellie put the dough aside to rise and washed her hands, finally managing to deal with her stray hair. No, I'm sorry. I don't know much about growing crops like that. I've really only done gardening. Maybe my planting book has it. Getting out the book he had brought on planting crops, John flipped through it, his eyes lighting up, as he found what he was looking for, seeing that the table was clean. He brought the book over for Ellie to see. Here, look, it says, between 55 and 85 bushels is an average yield per acre. It looks like soil is one of the main contributing factors. Interesting. And wind too. Without wind it won't pollinate properly. Well, the soil here in the valley is pretty good. So let's say 70 bushels is what we're expecting. But wait, how much is a bushel? Would you like some tea? Oh yes, thanks. Bringing the tea to the table, Ellie poured out a generous cup for John and a smaller cup for herself. Returning the tea to the stove, she got a small jar out of the cupboard, along with a box that had been hidden behind some bags of flour. Putting the jar on the table, she opened up the box and put it in front of John, revealing a number of delicate-looking cookies. To measure bushels, we use a large barrel. There should be one in the barn. I think it's up above where the hay is. A barrel isn't a bushel of weight. No, every bushel is different. It's how much can fit in the barrel, not a particular weight. So, a bushel of fruit will be different from a bushel of shocked corn. Oh, it's a volume. Interesting, learn something new every day. Picking up a cookie, John took a bite, his face lighting up with surprise as it melted in his mouth, spreading a pleasant sweetness across his tongue. These are good, thank you, Ellie said, hiding her face in her cup of tea. Seeing him take another, she opened the jar and added a little bit of honey to her cup. Sitting in silence, they both drank their tea as John flipped through his book, careful not to get crumbs down into the pages, watching him from the side. Ellie had just worked up the confidence to ask John what had happened on the porch the day before, when Ben burst in through the door, his face pale and his chest heaving. I found Volf tracks. There were Volf tracks. Hey, are those cookies? Hey, you said there were no more. Sharing a glance, John and Ellie worked in perfect synchrony to make the evidence vanish as they each grabbed one of the two last cookies in the box and shoved them in their mouths, quickly shutting the box as Ben stood in the doorway, his hand outstretched and his face frozen in shock. Ellie shrugged, swallowing the sweet crumbs. John turned around, his face completely neutral, like nothing had happened. You said Volf tracks, where were they? Oh, don't. Ben held up his hand, his narrowed gaze darting between his sister and John. Let's deal with the real problem first. There are no more cookies, Ellie said, her face as deadpan as John's, showing her brother the newly emptied box. But I'll let you know when I make more. A sudden smile crossed Ben's face, and he nodded knowingly at his sister, causing her blush to slowly return. Oh, I see how it is. That's fine, that's fine. Unsure exactly what was going on, John pushed his chair back and stood up, walking over to his bag, which was hanging on the wall. Pulling out a small pouch from the side pocket, he tossed it to Ben and then sat back down. Catching the bag in surprise, Ben opened it up, his eyes going wide, as a few dozen round candies were revealed inside. Don't eat them all at once, because I don't have any more. Regaining his enthusiasm, Ben snapped what he thought was a sharp salute. Yes, sir. Now what was that about Volf tracks? Ben's enthusiasm over the candies faded slightly. As he came to the table, I put out some bigger traps the other day, and when I was checking them today, I saw some Volf tracks. There were maybe 3 or 4 wolves. How fresh were they? They couldn't have been older than a day, because I didn't see them yesterday, and today is the 3rd day. Come, let's go and see them, John said, standing up and carrying his cup to the sink. You can show me your waterfalls while you're at it. Following Ben out of the door, John paused for a moment. Thank you for the tea and the cookies. They were delicious. Before Ellie could respond, he had vanished and the door had closed. Clutching the empty box, she looked down at the table, with the book on farming that John had been reading, a warm smile on her face. Outside, Ben led John toward the woods. As they walked, the young boy glanced back at the house, and then at John, wrinkling his nose, as if he was trying to suppress something. Unable to hold it in, he stammered his question. Mr. Sutton, are you and my sister, you know?" Unable to make heads or tails of what Ben was saying, John looked down with him, his eyebrows rising. "What? Nothing," Ben said, all his courage failing when he saw John looking at him. "The waterfalls are up here, making their way through the forest." Ben led the way to a spot next to a natural outcropping of stone. He showed John how he had dug out a little at the bottom of the boulder, creating a hole where a deer would have to extend its neck to get at the food he'd placed in the bottom of the hole. Up above was a large log he'd balanced on the edge of the boulder, attaching a rope to it that would pull it down when the unsuspecting deer nudged a stick aside to get at the food. "How this is really good. Did someone teach you how to make this?" "No," Ben shook his head, looking at John nervously. "I just thought of it myself." "Impressive. Let's check out the Volf tracks, and then I can show you how to improve it a bit." Chapter 22. The day passed quickly, and though John was completely relaxed, it was clear that Ben and Ellie were not quite as calm. To their credit, they did their best to act as if everything was normal, and Ben derived much enjoyment from describing the waterfall he and John had set up in meticulous detail. He even went as far as to run outside to find some twigs, rocks, and string to build his sister a model. Sitting outside on the porch, John could hear Ben's words and found himself lost in a sea of memories. In the 10 years since he'd been summoned to this world, the number of times he had almost lost his life was too many to count, and until the last 2 years, he had constantly been pitted against people who were much stronger than he was, despite the tremendous power spells gave him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the only reason he was still alive were the traps an old hunter had taught him. Shaking his head, John let out a sigh and looked down at the journal on his lap. "It's almost like this valley is a new world. It's hard to believe it was spared the devastation of the war." Just then a distant howl echoed across the forest, his head slowly rising. A small smile curled at the corners of John's lips. "Huh, that's right, it's not completely different." Suddenly, in a good mood, John heard the door open and looked over. Ben and Ellie stood on the doorway, their eyes wide as they looked out into the forest, seeing John looking at them. Ellie's head dropped and she pulled Ben back. Rising, John took the journal he'd been holding inside and put it away, coming back out of his room carrying a long bag. He put it down on the table and got out 3 wrapped bundles. Unwrapping the cloth, he revealed a pair of daggers in black leather, sheaths with a matching belt, a gleaming steel bracers, and a long sword with a flame motif. Ben's mouth dropped open as he stared at the sword, unable to believe what he was seeing. Is that a sword? Wanna hold it? Can I?" Picking up the sword, John reversed it and held it out pommel first. Ben reached out with one hand, gingerly touching the tightly wrapped hilt. "You'll probably need 2 hands. It's not light." Gripping it with both hands, Ben nodded and John let go of the sword, causing it to immediately dip. As Ben struggled to keep it extended, smiling, John helped him straighten it up so the blade was pointing up into the air, and then pulled the sheath off, revealing its razor-sharp edge. This is a long sword, typically used by knights or armored infantry. The royal knights of both La Pira and Alara use them as well. "Wow, it's really heavy, huh? I told you." Taking the sword and putting it down on the table, John fixed the shining bracers to his left arm and then tapped the daggers. "Most knights don't use daggers like this, but in my experience, a dagger is often much more useful than a sword. And do you know what's better than one dagger? That's right, 2 daggers." Buckling the long sword and daggers around his waist, John rested his hand on the pommel of his sword, a smile slowly spreading on his face. It was not often he showed any expression on his face, at all, much less a smile, but for some reason, Ellie suddenly felt sorry for whoever was prowling around in the night, giving Ellie a nod. John rubbed Ben's hair and walked to the door. "Have you been practicing with that knife?" Swallowing, Ben's hand went to his belt, where a long knife John had given him rested. Seeing his motion, John nodded. "Good, stay inside. I'll be going for a bit to double-check the traps we placed." Without waiting for a response, John walked out of the kitchen and stepped off the porch, vanishing into the darkness as soon as she couldn't see him anymore. Ellie took a deep breath and shut the kitchen door, firmly turning to look at her brother. She gave him a little smile and pointed to the hallway. "Go and check that all the windows are latched. John will be back soon." Standing at the edge of the forest, John looked up at the full moon, and the smile that had been tugging at his lips burst into full force on his face. "Ha ha, a full moon, how appropriate. This will be a good way to blow off some steam." Another long howl sounded, this time closer to the farm than the last. Taking a deep breath, John could feel the mana surging through his body, igniting his lungs and then spreading to his limbs. Blinking, his eyes shone with crimson light, casting a red hue on the nearby trees. Letting out another chuckle, he closed his eyes, completely hiding the light that poured out of them. Wouldn't want to alert them needlessly. "All right, let's not keep our visitors waiting, eh?" Flicker of flame under his feet carried him a dozen feet forward as he darted through the trees, heading toward the location of the last howl. All around him the forest fell silent as the small creatures froze wherever they were, flashing through the undergrowth. John's mana-enhanced ears picked up on the faintest whisper, carried by the wind, allowing him to correct his path. With unerring precision, a few miles out from the farm, a grim procession made its way through the trees. At the front of the group walked Javier, the Wolf King, unlike the last time John had seen him. His body was covered in black leather armor, with metal spikes protruding from the shoulders and elbows. On his head was a helmet made from a wolf head, giving his handsome face a savage look. The two large wolves that had accompanied him earlier were still by his side, but in the shadows of the woods, on either side of the group, lurked a dozen more. Behind the Wolf King came Jamal, with his large axe and a thin woman who carried two curved blades on her back and a whole band of throwing daggers. An assortment of spear and sword-carrying bandits followed after Jamal and the thin woman, making sure to keep a respectful distance from the three class holders. At the front of the group, as they walked along, the thin woman spat to the side and called to her boss, "Hey, do you really need all of us to deal with one farmer?" "That farmer is a class holder," Rosalie Javier said, his deep voice oozing a violent sort of charm. "Yeah, I know." Skipping ahead, so she was walking in front of the Wolf King. She put her hands behind her head and walked backwards, so she could talk to him. But what's one measly knight going to do? He already beat Jamal along with nearly the entire gang. Ooh, so scary. Come on, boss, you know that. Either of us could do the same with our eyes closed. Jamal is trash. Walking heavily through the woods behind the Wolf King, the large barbarian heard what Rosalie said and glared at her. "Hey, what did you say?" "Ha ha, what a glare, come on. Big guy, you want to go for a round or two?" "I wouldn't mind playing with you," Rosalie said, her tone taunting. "You enough." The Wolf King's voice brooked no argument, and Jamal shut his mouth with a hump. Laughing, Rosalie blew Jamal a kiss and spun around, dashing ahead. She called back over her shoulder to Javier, "This is too boring, I'm going to scout ahead." "Don't attack on your own," Javier said, continuing to walk forward steadily. "Haha, okay, I get it." With her words fading into the night, Rosalie was gone, leaving Jamal glowering at the shadow where she had vanished. "Boss, are you sure it's okay? Letting her go off on her own like that?" You know what she's like if she runs across that farmer. She won't be able to resist attacking then. If he doesn't kill her, I will." Haver said, his voice ice cold now. "Shut up." Flickering flames carried John through the woods, but hearing a noise up ahead, he stopped and stepped behind a tree. The sound he'd heard was the whisper of a leaf on leather armor, and though it was so quiet, it would be hard for most people to pick up the sound if they were standing right next to it. To John's man-enhanced ears, it sounded as loud as someone's sneeze. A moment later, he stepped out from his hiding place, advancing into a small opening in the trees. As if he had just been walking through the woods, stopping, he looked around, his hand resting on the pommel of his long sword. Scanning the woods, he heard a tinkling laugh that seemed to come from every direction at once. Slowly stepping back, he suddenly spun around, staring up at a branch on a tree near where he had emerged into the clearing. Sitting on the branch, her feet kicking idly, sat a thin woman in a revealing set of leather armor. Moonlight glinted off of the bandolier of throwing knives that stretched across her chest, and the two curved blades on her back looked like twin crescent moons. Smiling sweetly down at John, the woman gave him a little wave. "Well, hello there. I'm Rosalie." Looking around cautiously, John didn't see anything, and his eyes returned to Rosalie. "Are you with the Wolf King?" "Haha. What do you think you look like you are? What are you doing here? This is my land, is it?" "That's funny because the last time I talked to my boss, which was earlier today, if you were wondering, he seemed really positive that this was all his." "Huh." John looked slightly confused, but he still didn't drop his guard. "What do you mean?" Rolling her eyes, Rosalie jumped down from the tree and took a few steps toward John. "It means you're going to die, silly." As soon as he heard her words, John's eyes widened and he started to move. But Rosalie was already gone. Instead, John saw the throwing daggers flashing toward his eyes. Jerking his head back, he brought his left arm up, his bracers deflecting one of the daggers as the other passed by his face. The silvery blade flashed by his face, but in the moment it crossed his vision, he saw a wicked grin reflected in it, and realized Rosalie had appeared behind him. With a mighty wrench, he spun his body around, landing in a crouch as he escaped the lazy thrust of her curved blade, letting out a light laugh. Rosalie unshied the other curved blade from her back and spun them around in her hands. Giving John a wink, she stepped back and gestured to his sword, which was still in his sheath. "Aren't you going to get it out? It seems impolite, you know. I showed you my swords, won't you show me yours?" Still watching her carefully, John stood up from his crouch and unclipped the sword from his belt, slowly unsheathing it, holding the sheath in a reverse grip. He pointed the blade of his sword at Rosalie, who was just casually waiting, spinning the blades in her hands. "Your mouth is dirty, haha. You say that, but you still drew your sword." Taking a step toward him, Rosalie smiled sweetly again. "You know, I normally love teasing people like you the most, but unfortunately today isn't your lucky day. Heaver wanted to deal with you altogether, but that is so lame, honestly. I could have killed you 3 times so far, which just proves you're not worth the time. I'll just kill you quick and get rid of your body, so we can go back now. Be careful, I'm coming. But if you blink, you'll miss it." Finishing speaking, Rosalie tossed one of her blades up in the air, causing the reflected moonlight to flash wildly around the clearing. As John was blinking his eyes to get rid of the flashes of light, she darted forward, her body dropping low to the ground. A grim expression crossed John's face as he jumped back, his sword waving in front of him to try and block the attack he knew was coming. A light ting sounded as one of the daggers that Rosalie had thrown was knocked off target, but a moment later, the other cut past his shoulder, slicing through his shirt, jerking his shoulder back. John heard Rosalie's laugh, which seemed to come from everywhere at once. Jumping back again, he tried to gain more distance. But another dagger arrived as soon as he landed, making it impossible for him to dodge. Letting out a shout, John brought his bracers in front of his chest. Blocking the dagger movement flickered at his side, and he brought his sword down in a vicious slash, sure that he was going to hit Rosalie. She somehow managed to bend her body around the slash. Rolling backward, she used her hands to vault up to her feet, neatly catching the fallen curved blade in her hand. "I hate rogues," John said, his voice grim and his breathing rough. "Haha, I guess I should take that as a compliment," Rosalie said, giving him a wink. "I must say you're much better than I expected. No wonder you could beat Jamal. But it's not enough launching another attack." Rosalie kept her curved daggers. As she darted straight at John, leveling his sword, he waited for the trick he knew was coming. And sure enough, her body suddenly shivered and vanished, replaced by two daggers that shot straight at him. The distance was much closer this time, and John had almost no time to react, jerking his body to the side. He barely avoided the two daggers when Rosalie's two curved blades stabbed toward his back. Rosalie's sweet smile took on a vicious look as her blades cut into John's shirt. But a moment later, the pommel of John's sword slammed into her side, and she let out a terrible scream and vanished, reappearing in the distance, holding onto her broken ribs. She looked up at John in shock as he tossed aside the curved blade he had stolen from her. The grim look he had sported throughout their fight was gone, and in its place was his customary blank expression. Turning his head to look at the woods, he saw the shadowy forms of large wolves weaving through the trees and smiled faintly. "Looks like you weren't fast enough, Rosalie. Your boss is already here." Chapter 23. Low growls rumbling in their chests. The wolves surrounded the clearing, their black and gray fur blending in with the shadows of the trees. A moment later, Javier the Wolf King walked out from the forest, appearing on the edge of the clearing. Seeing Rosalie's crouched figure and the clear expression of pain on her face, his lips twitched, his anger barely concealed under the smile that graced his lips. Walking into the clearing, he stopped as Jamal came to his side. The rest of his men stayed further back, their wary gazes locked on John. It had been a while since he'd visited them, but every single one remembered the brutal efficiency with which he had torn through them. Sensing their reluctance to advance, Haber's anger burned all the hotter, but he didn't allow it to show on his face. Instead, he spread his hands out and gave John a smile. "Mr. Sutton, how nice to run into you here." Looking around, his smile turned into mock confusion. "But I don't see any of the things you owe me. Where are my cattle? Where's Ellie?" Not giving John a chance to respond, Javier lifted his finger and wagged it disapprovingly. Taking 2 steps forward, he stretched out his hand, and one of the bandits hurried forward, giving him a large black flail as his other hand pulled a club with a large row of wolf teeth protruding from it, from where it hung on his back, letting both weapons hang down. He stared at John, a cruel expression in his eyes. "Mr. Sutton, I had hoped you would have made a wiser choice. Either way, I would have taught you a lesson. But you've chosen the worse one." Still having trouble finding her feet, Rosalie let out a gasping breath. "Boss, be careful." He shut up. Haver's voice was filled with anger as he turned to glare at Rosalie. "You'll be punished next for ruining my plan." Haver snarled. "Maybe it will teach you to obey my commands." Turning his attention back to John, Haver stalked forward slowly, starting the flail swinging with a flick of his wrist. As he got closer, he stared at John, clearly trying to intimidate him. "Do you know how I got my title?" Mr. Sutton. A shiver ran through the air as Javier abruptly projected his aura into the surrounding area. Everyone, including the wolves, winced, crouching slightly as the pressure pushed them down. Everyone but John. John didn't even blink, his complete inaction causing Javier to freeze for a second. Gesturing for Javier to continue, John tapped on his bracers with the guard of his sword, causing a shield of mana to shimmer into existence. Is that an artifact?" Rosalie asked, her voice barely a whisper. "No, it's Magitech. It's a mana shield. It runs on a mana stone." John's calm response did nothing to reduce the shock that Javier, Rosalie, and Jamal felt instead. It succeeded in awakening a burning greed in all three of them. "Oh, so you mean it's not class restricted?" "Nope, even a commoner can use it, so long as they have a mana stone," John said, shrugging and wiggling it in the air. "This is what the last war was fought over, unfortunately for everyone. The only guy who understood how to make them died and blew up his lab completely, destroying the chances of any more being made. So in that way you might say it's like an artifact. It's just not class locked. Interesting, huh?" Licking his lips, Javer's greed filled eyes never shifted from the glimmering mana shield. As he walked forward, "If you give it to me, I'll let you off with only breaking one of your legs." "That sounds like a terrible deal, but what are you worried about?" John asked, cocking his head to the side. "There are three of you and only one of me." A sneering smile appeared on Javer's face. "There are a lot more than three of us." Attack with a howl. The wolves darted from the edges of the clearing, leaping at John in a staggered pattern, forcing him to choose which ones he would block. Taking a step back to avoid the snapping jaws of the first Volf, John found another pair of jaws, was quickly closing in on his heel, pivoting in place. He slammed his foot into the side of the Volf's head, kicking it away at the same time. His shield was raised up to his shoulder, blocking the heavy charge of another Volf and throwing it back, flourishing his blade. He slashed at another Volf that was getting close, only to miss as the Volf darted backward, frowning. He was about to pursue it when two more wolves attacked his legs from the opposite side. Realizing he was quickly going to be surrounded, John was about to retreat when a whistling split the air. At the last moment, John lifted his shield, intercepting Javer's flail just before it slammed into his face, chopping backward to keep the snapping jaws at bay. John looked like he was barely keeping his balance, but still somehow managed to avoid falling over as the fight entered a slight lull. Ever since John had smashed her ribs without her understanding how, a sense of dread had been growing in Rosalie's chest, and watching John stumble through the attacks only caused it to grow even faster. As a rogue, she prided herself on her ability to gauge her target's strength, but it was clear to her that John was inscrutable. Every time she thought he had been backed into a corner, he extricated himself by the skin of his teeth. Starting to edge backward, she felt a predatory gaze lock onto her and realized Javier had noticed her movement. Though she was starting to fear John, her fear of Javier had been carved into her bones, so she stopped in place, her face pale. "I said attack," Javier yelled, his face red with fury. "I know, I heard you," John said, smiling at the enraged Volf King, letting out a loud roar. Jamal hoisted his axe and charged forward, bringing it down on John's shield as Rosalie darted toward his back, blocking the axe with his shield. John held his sword behind his back, intercepting Rosalie's curved blades. Half a second later, one of the Volf King's large wolves lunged at John, only to get a hard boot in his teeth. Falling back, another Volf lunged forward to take his place. But this time, the edge of John's shield slammed into its neck, nearly decapitating it. John's sword flicked toward the staggering Volf to finish the job, but he was forced back by a black flail that shot toward his head, deflecting the attack with the guard of his sword. He kicked the Volf away and dove forward, rolling over as an axe and a curved blades smashed into each other where he had just been standing. Thrown back by the full-force clash with Jamal's axe, Rosalie threw a dagger at John while she was still in the air, aimed directly where John's head should be as he came out of his roll. But he seemed to stagger as he tried to get up, causing it to go over. his head, while Rosalie's fear continued to grow. Jamal had no such hang-ups, as his barbarian rage flowed through his body, erasing any pain and discomfort he felt and carrying away his common sense. Roaring, he wielded his giant axe like a hammer, smashing it down on John, blocking the first strike with his shield. John sidestepped the next and snapped a kick into the side of Jamal's knee, forcing him to fall to one knee, surging back up to his feet. Jamal slammed his axe sideways, only to be intercepted again by John's shield, with every blow caught on his shield. The two fighters shifted their positions slightly, but as time dragged on, John realized something had changed. Jamal's barbarian rage was beginning to fade, after fighting with John for a few minutes, but that wasn't what was bothering him. Every once in a while he was still fending off attacks from the occasional Wolf, but it was clear from the infrequency of them that most of the wolves had left. However, the Wolf King and the Rosalie had also vanished, causing a bad feeling to sprout in John's mind. Pushing back against Jamal, he bought enough time to get a good look at the clearing, only to realize it was entirely empty, apart from Jamal and two wolves that continued to harass him from the sides. Even the crowd of bandits had fled the fight. The bad feeling grew stronger as his mind spun, trying to identify how long it had been since he had last seen any of the others. Flooding his eyes with mana, he scanned the area and almost immediately spotted signs that someone had abandoned the flight and headed toward the farm. The feeling that had sprouted in John's mind immediately transformed into incandescent flames that boiled through him. It was only his iron-willed control of his mana that prevented the forest around him from bursting into flames. In his barbarian rage state, Jamal's instincts were highly sensitive, but for the first time in his life where they completely failed him, it was impossible to tell if the last dregs of barbarian rage had muddled his mind, preventing him from registering the danger, or if John's control was just too good. But whatever the reason, Jamal stepped forward and unleashed a powerful blow. His axe swung down with all of the momentum he had been building up during the fight, making it one of the most powerful attacks he had ever unleashed, and also his last. The axe landed, stopping fast as it reached John, but instead of the feedback he was expecting, Jamal felt his axe jolt to an abrupt stop, so abrupt that it shocked him out of his faltering rage. Looking down, he saw that the axe head had been gripped in John's bare hand, and crimson streaks were racing through the metal under his fingers as it turned molten. With an annoyed twist of his wrist, John snapped the top of the axe off, sending it flying into the woods. At the same time, his sword flickered, moving so fast that the blade vanished, though Jamal didn't see the blade or feel the blade. He knew that he was dead. He wasn't sure how he knew. He just did. Time seemed to slow for a moment, and then his vision spun, fading away even as his headless body came into view. At the same moment, the two wolves who had frozen when John's fury spiked fell into pieces, their blood dying. The grass red, a flicker of flame shot from John's eyes as he swept the scene, landing on the bloody bodies and transforming them all to ash in a moment. As his burning gaze turned toward the farm, John felt the burning flame in his mind grow hotter. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Ignoring the window that popped up in his vision, John vanished from where he stood, his body moving so quickly that he had no time to dodge the trees that got in his way. However, the obstacles simply didn't matter, as any tree that appeared in front of him simply burned away under the mana leaking from his eyes. Like a dark comet, John shot through the woods, crossing the distance to the farm that had taken him half an hour earlier in the evening. In only a few minutes, as the farm came into view, so did another notification. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Swearing, John dropped out of the air, his descent leaving a furrow in the ground. Taking a breath, He pulled all of the raging mana in the air around him into his body, locking it away, ruthlessly crushing the raging flames in his mind. He began walking toward the farm, straining his ears. He did his best to identify even the smallest of sounds. Thanks to his flash entrance, all of the natural night sounds had vanished, and even the wind seemed to be afraid to blow, lest it drew his ire. The farmyard was quiet, but when John walked out of the woods, he was stunned to see Furtive standing in the yard, his head slowly sweeping back and forth. The large bull saw John, but could not immediately tell who he was because he had sealed in his presence, and turned his head to face him, taking a step forward with his horns lowered. Furtive's eyes flashed with crimson flames, causing John to stop in place and put his hands up. "It's me," though he spoke quietly. The bull perked up when it heard his voice and let out a soft moo, trotting over to nudge him happily. When he patted Furty on the head, the bull let out another happy moo and turned its head, gesturing to the farmhouse with its horns. "Did anyone come by?" Pausing as if he was processing John's words, Freddy shook his head again and took up a fierce stance, as if he was about to charge, pawing at the ground. He snorted loudly and looked left and right, before jumping up and wiggling his body happily, feeling the last vestiges of his rage bleed away. At the sight of the bull's ridiculous behavior, John let out a laugh and scratched Furtive behind the ears. "Thank you for protecting the farm. I'm back now, so you can go rest." Nodding, Furty nudged John toward the house, and then trotted over to the pasture, using the end of his horn. He hooked the gate latch and flipped it open, opening it just enough to squeeze in. He closed it the same way, flipping the latch back into place and giving John one last goodnight moo. "All right, so obviously the mana has fried my brain, and now I'm hallucinating. Great." Shaking his head, John headed for the house. All was quiet, but as he walked up on the porch, he heard the shift of someone inside. Mr. Sutton, recognizing Ben's voice, John sat down on the chair, his eyes sweeping the yard. "You should be in bed, shouldn't you?" Hearing his voice, a palpable sense of relief flooded Ben, and before his sister could stop him, he unlocked the door and threw it open. "Mr. Sutton, you're back." "I am." John tried to make his voice normal, but even he could feel the strain it carried. "But you should really head to bed. The cows get up early, haha." "Yeah, true, and we have to check the traps." Lingering for a moment longer, almost as if to reassure himself that John was really there, Ben said good night to his sister and went inside. Ellie stayed on the porch, her hands twisted in her skirt, as she quietly kept John company. Chapter 24. Sitting on the chair on the porch, John's arms and legs were lit by the light from the open door, but the light failed to reach his head, leaving his face shrouded in shadow. Even though she had looked at his face countless times, Ellie had the strangest feeling that if she were to bring the light closer, she would not find John, but some sort of devilish creature that had taken his place. A dangerous aura surrounded him, causing the cool night to feel absolutely frigid, suppressing the shudder that rose up in her. She spoke quietly, "Would you like some tea?" The darkness seemed to thicken for a moment, making it hard for Ellie to breathe as she waited for John's answer. As the seconds stretched on, she started to wonder if he would even respond. Just as she was about to open her lips, she heard his voice, rough and halting. "Tea would be nice. Let me put on some water." Stepping back into the house, Ellie took a moment to breathe, her hands pressing on her beating heart. Once she had calmed down a little, she carefully got the pot off of the stove and filled it up at the sink, putting it back on the stove. She added a bit of wood to the fire, getting the flames going while the water waited to heat. She measured out the tea and got the cups ready, sticking her head out of the door. She looked at John. "Would you like honey or milk?" "No." "Okay, 1 minute." The night air was cool, but to John, it still felt stifling. There were many consequences to abusing his body with mana the way he did, but the uncomfortable feeling that burned in his chest was chief among them. He had been hoping to blow off some steam by fighting with Javier and his men, but all he had succeeded in doing was killing someone and bringing the apocalypse to steps closer. Frustration and disgust raged in equal measure in his heart, threatening to burst through his tightly held control. I'm going to go crazy. I need to get out of here before I wipe everything out. A sense of urgency consumed John as the mana continued to surge in his body, fighting to escape the tight grip he was maintaining. Feeling a particularly bad surge, his eyes snapped open, and he nearly got up from his chair. But before he could stand up, he found himself staring at a mug that appeared in front of his eyes. Freezing in place, he mechanically took it, his fingers brushing over Ellie's by accident, nearly dropping the mug as he quickly moved his hand. He heard Ellie gasp, "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you had it. How do I have it?" The raging mania in his heart still battered against his control. But with every sentence that Ellie spoke, the mania seemed to cool slightly, focusing on the texture of the cup in his hands. John found himself growing strangely calm. "I don't have any cookies, but I buttered some bread with a bit of honey. Would you like a piece?" "A yes," John said, taking a piece of the offered bread. "Thanks." Sitting down on a chair she had carried out from the kitchen, Ellie let out a deep sigh and took a sip of her tea, nearly scalding her mouth, gasping. She jerked her head back and fanned her lips, almost mechanically. John reached out, his finger touching the edge of her cup briefly before retreating. Unsure what he was doing, Ellie stared at him and then at her cup. It took her a moment to register that the cup was no longer burning her hand, and when she took a sip, it had somehow become the perfect temperature. Glancing at John's face, which was still obscured by the shadow of the porch, and then down at his clenched hand, Ellie only hesitated for a moment before taking another sip of her tea. Smiling at John, she put her cup down and picked up a piece of bread. Watching her bite into it, John's thoughts flashed to the other woman who had smiled at him today. She had been prettier than Ellie in many ways, but the sickly sweet smile she gave him made him want to hunt her down and cut her head from her shoulders. Ellie's smile was different. It was a smile of happiness, of contentment. It was the sort of smile that made him feel like all was right with the world, even though his heart felt like it was burning to the ground. Why am I thinking about her smile? I must really be going crazy. Oh, look, that's the Great Hunter constellation, Ellie said, pointing to a line of stars that had appeared over the mountains in the far distance. You can always see it this time of year. My grandma said that the Great Hunter teaches us that we have to go after what we want. The Great Hunter chases the Great Bear, seeking its meat to keep his children's bellies full and its coat to keep their home warm in the winter. If he does not chase the bear, he will never achieve his goal. But the bear is not so kind as to offer up its skin and meat without a fight. She said we have to fight for what we want as well. Life is like that bear. It will eat you up without a second thought. But with the right tools and the right mindset, our bellies will be full and our home will be warm. Falling silent, she looked up at the constellation and stretched out her hands as if she were holding a bow. Stretching back the string, she released it, a smile covering her face as she watched the imaginary arrow fly into the dark sky. Your grandmother sounds like a wise woman. She was. Ellie nodded, her face serious as she picked up her cup. She was the wisest. She knew everything. She could read the wind and understood more languages than I can name. She used to say that the world was bursting with secrets to tell if you only knew how to listen. And she knew how to listen. Yes, she knew how to listen, but she didn't teach you. She did teach me, Ellie said, her voice taking on a defensive tone. She taught me to care for plants, to cook and to milk the cows. She taught me my numbers, and how to read both common and runes, and she taught me to be careful around strange men. Letting out a low chuckle, John held up his hand in mock surrender. I'm sorry, it's clear she taught you many things, yes, useful things, but she passed away. I'm sure she had many more things to teach me, but there was no time. You have my condolences. Oh, it was a long time ago. The edge of the ache has faded, leaving only the sweetness behind. She was a wonderful woman and such a marvel. I'm sure you would have loved meeting her. I'm sure I would have. Well, what about you? What about me? Ellie nodded, gazing at John and speaking in a moment of braveness. Yes, I really don't know anything about you. I live with you, but you might be a mass murderer for all I know. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Ellie regretted them terribly, but it was too late to take them back. Her face paled and she hurried to try and clarify, somehow making everything even more muddled. That's not, I mean, I'm happy. Even if laughing softly, John held up his hand, genuine amusement in his voice as he reassured her, it's okay, I get what you mean. Actually, it's not so far from the truth. I was active in the military before I came to the valley. 10 years. 10 years of war. Honestly, I couldn't tell you how many people have died at my hands. I think that qualifies me as a mass murderer. No, it's different, Ellie said, shaking her head, her voice surprisingly vehement, surprised by her response. John blinked. How is it different? My grandmother said soldiers aren't murderers. She said soldiers are to be pitied because they're just tools in a machine of destruction. I don't really understand what that means, but I know that people who kill to fulfill their own selfish desires and someone who kills for survival are different. Like the great hunter and the great bear, John said quietly, gesturing to the constellation that glowed brightly above the horizon. Shifting happily in her seat, Ellie smiled and nodded, yes, exactly. We don't call the hunter a murderer if he manages to get the bear, and we don't call the bear a murderer if he catches the hunter. Well, maybe that example doesn't work completely, but you understand what I mean. I do. And it's kind of you to try and encourage me like that. What about family? Pardon, do you have any family? Blinking, John wondered what had gotten into Ellie. She had never been this talkative before, but tonight she seemed desperate to keep the conversation going. He was not sure if it was her way of shedding the stress she must have felt, or if something else was going on. But the easy flow of conversation was helping him keep his raging mana under control. So he didn't mind. I did a brother, huh? Maybe I still do. But that was a long time ago in a place far away. Oh, was your brother younger or older? Younger. He was about Ben's age when I last saw him. Falling silent for a moment, Ellie took a long drink from her cup as hundreds of thoughts ran through her mind, carefully placing her cup down. She curled her legs up under her and looked at John. I'm sure he would be happy to know you're well. Are you able to visit him, or is it too far? Hey, it's too far though. Who knows? Pausing, John stretched out his hand, slowly tightening his fingers into a fist, staring at his clenched fist. He whispered as if trying to convince himself, who knows? I sincerely hope you're able to see him again someday. I know how painful it is to lose your only family member, but that's enough about all this sad stuff. Ellie said, her voice matter of fact, as my grandmother said, the past is but an unemployed ghost. It can only haunt you if you hire it. Huh, that's quite the saying, smiling happily. Ellie nodded. It was one of her favorite sayings. Anytime I complained about something that had happened, that's what she would say. But it's true, there's too much to do today to spend our time immersed in what happened yesterday. Hearing Ellie speak, John felt a subtle ache in his chest. Letting out a sigh, he smiled bitterly. If only it were that easy, but I'm afraid my past won't let me go. Speaking of tomorrow, Ellie said, turning to look at John, Are you going to be making a trip into town? I hadn't planned on it, but the planting is done, so I'm sure I could make a trip. Widow Brown had some chickens for sale, and I was thinking, we might be able to buy a few of them from her. Ben is getting old enough that he could handle managing a coop, and I wouldn't mind the help with the bugs in my garden. How much is she asking for? When I asked, it sounded like she was hoping to get 3 gold for them. I think she wanted to leave the village, but I heard that secondhand. 3 gold, how many chickens? There are a dozen. Though a few of them are probably only good for the pot. Honestly, that's a bit high in my opinion. If they were all young, then it might be acceptable, but realistically a single gold would be the best price she could get at the market. Eggs would be nice, sure. Let's take a trip into town tomorrow, okay? Silence fell between John and Ellie as both of them became preoccupied with their thoughts. Finally, with a happy sigh, Ellie stood up and picked up her cup and the empty plate. When she looked over, she realized John's cup still had tea in it. A slow curl of steam rising from his cup. Thank you for talking with me, but I think it's time for bed for me. All right, I'm going to sit out for a bit longer. Good night, good night. Once he heard her bedroom door closing, John slowly stood up. He was still wearing his bracers and the 2 daggers on his belt. Picking up his sheathed sword, he didn't bother clipping it onto his belt. As he stepped into the darkness, walking calmly, he looped around the farm, double-checking to make sure there were no threats. Nearby, stopping by the pasture, he saw Ferdy was bedded down by the large stone. Hearing him approach, the bull opened one eye to check him out, but lazily closed it when he saw it was just John. Even at a distance, John could sense the mana coursing through the bull's powerful body. Though furtive was a bit dumb still, John had no idea what to make of him. There had clearly been mana flames burning in the bull's eyes when he had seen him standing in the farmyard. But John had no knowledge as to how that had happened. Seeing an element expressed in the eyes was a clear sign of a powerful class holder, but as far as John knew, animals could not actually become class holders, especially totally normal farm animals. Oh, not that I know anything about this stupid world. I really need to find some time to track down that Major's Tower. Maybe I can find some information about what's happening here. Letting out a sigh, John walked back to the house, stopping on the porch for one last look up at the stars. His eyes were drawn to the constellation Ellie had pointed out earlier in the evening. The Great Hunter. We have to fight for what we want, huh? My life has been nothing but fighting since I arrived, but the Great Hunter hunts because he wants to, not because someone told him to. Maybe she's right. Maybe it's time to fight for what I want. But what is it that I actually want? Unable to find the answer to his own question, John sighed and went to bed. Chapter 25. The morning sun rose right on time, with no regard for how late anyone had stayed up the night before. But to its dismay, John was already up and about, having been unable to sleep. After helping with the milking, he filled the cheese cans with milk and sent them down to the cheese cellar to prepare. While Ellie was starting breakfast, the cellar was calm and cool, giving John a bit of respite from the boiling feeling that still followed last night's excursion. Taking the cans of milk out of the cart, he transferred them onto the stove and started the fire with a flick of his fingers. Placing washed cans on the cart, he used the pulley system to send the cart and empty cans back up to the barn to get ready for the next batch. While the milk was coming to a boil, he walked over to the pots that held the strange flowers he had gotten from the Grim, as beautiful as always. The flowers seemed to sway when he walked close, their petals turning toward him, as if they could sense the density of mana his body carried. Reaching out, John poked one of the petals, letting out a laugh as it trembled. A small shoot was poking out of one of the pots, but it was too small for John to tell if it was another of the flowers or if it was something else. Picking up the watering can next to the pots, John sprinkled the soil with water. They still didn't have water running directly into the cheese cellar, so John put that on the list of things to work on. While he was waiting to see how the corn grew, he was confident he would be able to tie into the water system that the kitchen used without much trouble. But since it would require using mana, he would have to wait until the others were asleep. While I'm at it, I should make a shower and a toilet. I wonder if I could build a toilet that self-fills. Either way, a shower is a must-man. It's been a long time since I had a proper shower. A hiss let him know that the milk was about to boil. So he walked over to the stove, checking the temperature to make sure it was even, adjusting the flames so that all pots were being heated evenly. He got out a measuring cup and got the vinegar ready to stir in while he was waiting for the correct moment to add the vinegar. Ellie came down the stairs to let him know breakfast was ready. "All right, I'm just making the first batch of cheese. Let me help, I can pour if you want to stir." Working together, they quickly processed the 12 cans of boiling milk. And once the curds were properly separated, they transferred them to the lined colanders John had gotten from Garrett. Rinsing and salting the curds was next, and then they pressed them into shape and tied them up to hang for a few hours on the rack John had built. Double-checking the cheese that had hung overnight, John saw that it was done and got it down to shape, while Ellie piled up the dishes to take to the kitchen. Once the cheese had been shaped, he took some of them to the shelves at the back of the cellar, where he had stacked the cheese for aging. Stacking the new cheese up, John checked some of the cheese that was already on the shelf, crumbling a piece off the corner of a wheel. John tasted it and frowned. "It's drying out a bit too fast. I'll need to get some wax from GoFried. For now, cloth wraps will have to do." Taking a few of the washed cheese cloths, John laid them out and cut them to the right size to wrap up the round wheels of cheese. Grabbing a stick of butter, he rubbed it on the cloth, using the heat from his hands to melt it, soaking the fabric carefully. Wrapping the cheese so that none of it was exposed, he restacked it on the shelf and stepped back. Happily turning around, he realized it had been nearly an hour since he had started, and breakfast had likely long gotten cold. Heading over to the house, he found that Ellie and Ben had already eaten, but the pot of porridge was being kept warm for him. Wolfing down a few bowls, he cleaned up the dishes and put the food away, before hurrying back to the cheese cellar, seeing that Ellie had already started the second batch of cheese boiling. John double-checked that the temperature on the stove was right and then gestured to the rail system. "How's the cart working? Do you have any trouble with it?" "No, it's working fine. It would be a challenge to pull it up the slope if it was full, but since we empty the milk down here, it's not bad good." "What about the yield?" "We've only been making cheese for a week, but we seem to be doing pretty well. We get between 35 and 40 pounds, depending on if it's a butter or cream day, which leaves a few gallons for us to use for drinking and cooking." "I'll look at that. That's a good amount of cheese. If we keep this up, we might actually run out of space to store it though." "That will take a little while," John said, looking around the large cellar. "I'll add building more shelves to my list. What about the garden? How's that going?" "It's growing like crazy," Ellie said, shrugging. "We'll probably have too many vegetables for us to eat, so I might try to jar some if we can find the supplies. I will add that to Godfrey's list." "Okay." Seeing that Ellie was looking pensive, John leaned against the table next to her, his hands shoved in his pockets. "You seem like you're thinking about something." "Oh, I was just wondering, about Guillaume. Do you think he can actually sell this cheese? He seemed to think we could get a good price for it." A smile flickered across John's face and then vanished. if you want to know my honest opinion. I think this cheese will make the farm a fortune, my bet is that 6 cows won't be nearly enough to keep up with the demand. But that's also okay, it'll just make it sell better. Who knows, we may need to expand the barn to make room for a few more cars. If we do that, we'll have to find more people to help with the milking. There's already not enough hours in the day. Between milking, making cheese, washing, cooking, and tending the garden, and I've nearly tripled Ben's chores. Frowning, John glanced quickly at Ellie and then looked away. I can help with some of those things now that planting is done, and we can look for someone to help out. That would be good. When Old Man Burrows ran the farm, there were 6 people working on it, though a couple of them were part-time. It's a miracle we've been able to manage with 3, Ellie said, transferring the last batch of curds to its colander. I have been meaning to ask, where did you learn how to do all of this anyway? I mean the cheese making. You said you've never farmed before, and it was clear you'd never milked a cow, but you seem to know everything about this. Seeing Ellie gesture to the cheese production line, John nodded, his eyes growing hazy. As he looked through the folds of time, shaking his head, he shrugged. When I was growing up, my aunt had a cheese business. It was just me and my brother, so I worked in her business to bring in some extra money. I learned how to make cheese from her. Isn't it wonderful to be able to use the things you learned from your family? Rubbing the heavy wood table, John nodded. Yeah, it is. All right, we have a trip to make into town. Do you want to do it this morning or this afternoon? I think the earlier the better. Great. Let's take some of this farmer's cheese in as well. It's not as distinct as the cheddar will be, but it's really nice. Which reminds me, we need to make some brie as well. I think Guillaume will be interested in its texture. All right, I'll hook up the cart. Let me wash up these dishes and I'll be ready, leaving the cheese cellar. John was pensive as he got the horse and harnessed it to the cart. It was telling that as soon as he had a moment to breathe in this world, he had unconsciously reverted to what he knew best. It had been years since he had thought about his aunt and the years he had spent in her home. But just like seeing Ben had triggered memories of his own little brother, the scents and textures of the cheese-making process had flooded his mind with memories. Leaving the horse in the yard, John wandered over to Birdie's pasture and leaned on the fence, noticing John the bull pranced over, happily poking his arm as he searched for a treat. Considering he had seen Ferdy open and close the gate on his own, John wasn't so worried about the bull, and instead he created a mana crystal and held it out, licking it from John's hand. In a flash, Freddy let out a moo and nudged John again. What, you want another? Is it for your plant friend? Nodding his head, Freddy let out a loud moo and looked at John expectantly. Smiling ruefully, John created another man, a crystal, holding it out of reach of Freddy's long tongue. Look, I'll give this to you, but if anyone comes around here, I expect you to deal with them, okay? Obviously not if they're too dangerous or anything. But no one is allowed to go in the house or the cheese cellar. I don't care about anything else. Blowing a snort through his nose, Freddy nodded impatiently and shoved his head forward, managing to snag the crystal with the tip of his tongue. Disgusted, John let go of it, shaking his head as he watched the bull run off to the other end of the pasture, triumphantly. The fact that I don't care that my bulls somehow learn to understand common is a clear sign I have lost all hope for this world. Letting out a sigh, he left the pasture and went down to the cheese cellar to select some samples of farmer's cheese. Loading 2 pounds into a sack, he put it in the cart and helped Ellie load up some of the extra vegetables she'd grown once Ellie and Ben were settled in the cart. He jumped up on the driver's seat and they set off, catching Ellie's worried glance back at the farm. John just clicked the reins to have the horse speed up. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to the farm," surprised that John had been able to tell what she was thinking. He just shrugged. "The Wolf King shouldn't bother us for the time being, but even if he does, it won't be a problem." "Did you get into a sword fight with him?" Ben asked, his eyes glowing with excitement. "I saw you were cleaning your sword this morning. Did you have to kill some of his wolves?" "Oh man, I wish I could have seen it. We exchanged some words," John said. Much to Ben's disappointment, "Just words, oh. I was hoping you fought, Ben." What if John got injured? Looking abashed, Ben ducked his head a little, causing John to chuckle, taking that as a sign of encouragement. Ben stole a glance at John. Could I learn to fight? Like with swords?" "Fighting with swords is a dangerous business, Ben. No matter how good you are, there's no guarantee that you won't get hurt or worse, killed. Every time you hold a sword, you put your life on the line. But what if the Wolf King comes back? Shouldn't I know how to defend myself? I feel like I'm going to need to know how to do this in the future." Nodding, John glanced at Ellie and saw that she was biting her lip, clearly torn. Reaching back, he tapped the handle of Ben's dagger. "How about we compromise? I'll teach you how to use the weapon you have. After all, a knife is just as effective as a sword in a lot of situations, and besides, most swords are going to be too heavy for you. Deal?" "Hold on there. Nothing comes free, kid. In exchange for me teaching you to use a weapon, you need to take on more responsibility around the farm." "That's fine. I can get up earlier and do the milking and feeding by myself. I can also help in the garden. If your sister consents, of course." "Oh, come on. Can I, Ellie? Think about how helpful it will be. I'd be so much safer in the woods." "Can I?" Shooting a glare at John for throwing the decision on her after getting Ben so worked up about it. Ellie saw him wrinkle his nose and look away, pretending he had nothing to do with the conversation. Sighing with annoyance, she shushed her brother. "Hush. I'll think about it. Besides, John, teaching you is conditional on you doing more work on the farm. Not promising to do more work. The work comes first." Taking her statement as tacit consent, Ben pumped his fist excitedly, nearly falling out of the cart in his exuberance. Continuing to chat, they soon arrived in town. But it was immediately clear that something was off. Pulling up outside the inn, John got down and tied up the horse all along the main street. The villagers stood in small groups, talking about something in hushed voices. As soon as they saw John, their groups seemed to draw back. Watching him with wary eyes, Ellie said nervously, her hand clutching her skirt, "I'm going to talk with Sven. Keep Ben close." Taking the bag of cheese, he pushed open the door of the inn, scanning the dining room with a quick glance. To his surprise, the inn's dining room was nearly full. The Red Corral adventuring team sat toward the back of the room, with Holden, while Garrett, George, and a few other townsfolk sat at a table in the middle of the room. However, what was most surprising to John was that the front table was occupied by Whale, Rosalie, and Javier the Wolf King. Chapter 26. Despite his surprise, John smiled calmly at Javier and walked past the table toward the bar, where Sven, the innkeeper and bartender, was wiping down a glass. The reaction from the three at the table, on the other hand, was anything but calm. Whale jumped so high he nearly stood up, and Rosalie choked on her drink and clutched her sides, spilling her cup all over the table. Even Haber rose halfway out of his seat, his handsome face warped into an expression of anger, completely ignoring them. John put the bag holding the cheese up on the counter. "John, how are you today?" "I'm doing well. How about you?" "Passing. Only passing. Business seems to be booming." "That's true, unfortunately. The cause isn't one I'd wish for." "Oh, what do you mean? Did something happen?" Nodding, Sven put down the glass he was drying and picked up another, causing John to wonder where he was getting all the wet glasses from. It seemed that whenever he looked at the bartender, He was drying a new glass. Leaning forward, Sven gestured for John to come closer. George found another traveler on the path out of the valley, waiting for Sven to continue. John was confused when the bartender leaned back and nodded at him seriously, as if he was supposed to understand the comment when it was clear. There was no more information forthcoming. John raised his eyebrows and shrugged, and then he was dead, stabbed in the back and stripped of all his worldly possessions. Sven said, giving John a strange look, "You speak as if this happens a lot." Realization dawned on Sven's face, and he put the cup down and flicked his dish towel up onto his shoulder. Resting his hands on the bar, he nodded. "That's right, I forgot. You've only been in the valley for a little while. This has been happening every few months for the last few years. All the victims have been travelers or people who live out on the fringes. Same means of death, same patterns. Nasty business, yeah. You're telling me it gets the community all spooked? And no idea who it is, don't think so. At least if George knows he isn't speaking up. Regardless, keep an eye out. I will, thanks." Smiling, Sven tapped the bar top next to the bag John had put down. "Enough of that depressing stuff. What do you bring me?" "Well, there are some fresh vegetables in the cart, but we've been working on something special. I thought you might want to take a look at." Opening up the bag, John got one of the blocks of farmer's cheese out and placed it down, reaching for his lower back. He unsheathed one of his long daggers and sliced a thin piece off of the top with a flick. He put it down in front of Sven and then carved another few slices from the block of cheese. "Give it a try. Is this cheese?" "Yeah." Picking up a slice, Sven bit into it, chewing carefully. His eyebrows shot up and he stared down at it. Cheese wasn't a new thing in this world, but for the most part, it was wet and crumbly with very little flavor, used as a way to pack out filling, or eaten by the very poorest of citizens who couldn't afford fresh milk. Sven had never eaten anything like this. Reaching for another piece, he ripped it in half and put it on his tongue, letting the taste permeate his mouth. There was a bit of salt and a lot of cream, but the biggest feature was the slightly tangy flavor that was completely new to Sven. When he reached for the third piece, John smiled and chopped a few thick pieces from the end of the block, picking one up and biting it in half. He pushed the rest of the cheese over. "What do you think? I think it's delicious." "Yeah, so did Go Fried when he stopped out by the farm." Pausing mid-bite, Sven stared at John and then slowly finished chewing as he put the piece of cheese he was holding down. Wiping his fingers on his towel, he put it back on his shoulder, his eyes never leaving John unbothered. John cut himself another piece of cheese and looked around the room. "Do you know what that money-worshipping snake in the grass will do if he gets a hold of something like this? Who?" "Oh, Gottfried. He said he would help us sell it if you like it. You can wait and buy it from him." "Buy it from him?" Letting out an angry snort, Sven slammed his hand on the bar. "If Gottfried had his way, he'd suck every single penny out of us. You'd better be careful. I don't know anyone who has partnered with him who hasn't lost their shirt, and worse." Laughing, John shook his head. "Don't worry, no one can take what's mine." Almost by accident, his eyes happened to pass over Haver's table as he spoke, and his gaze locked with the pale-faced Wolf King, giving Haver a happy nod. John straightened up and tapped the bar next to the half-eaten block of cheese. "Well, I better get going. I just thought you might like the taste of our new cheese." "It's delicious," Sven admitted, looking troubled. "But if Guthrie has an exclusive contract, I'm afraid I won't be able to afford it. No one in the valley will be able to. On the other hand, if you can sell some locally, I'd love to buy some blocks each week." I'll have to talk to Ellie," John said, mirroring Sven's troubled look. "Really, this is more her thing than mine. The biggest issue is that there's only so much milk the cows we have can produce. You know how it is, oh. If it's only a matter of cows, I know where you can pick some up. Sven said, his face brightening, leaning in conspiratorially. He whispered, this is just between you and me, but Keller, out at the edge of the valley, is looking to sell. He got a windfall and is heading for the capital. He's scared of this killer that's been lurking around and wants to get out quick. If you talk to him in the next day or two, you could probably get a great price. That's a choice bit of business right there, John said, if we can get them. I'll keep some blocks with your name on it each week, which reminds me, I have to go see Widow Brown about some chickens. I heard she's getting out too. Yeah, a lot of people are thinking about it, especially if they live by themselves as a whole group, leaving together in a week. Nasty business, these murders, nasty business. Tapping the counter, John nodded as he turned away, and then stopped as he remembered something else. It is, I'll drop off some blocks when the next batch is done. We can talk about the price then. Feel free to keep that cheese as a trial. Oh, and if you know of anyone looking for work, we might have a bit to do at the farm. All right, I'll keep my eyes open, thanks. Watching John leave, Sven unconsciously picked up another piece of farmer's cheese and popped it into his mouth. Realizing what he was doing, he froze and then let out a defeated sigh as John walked past the table where Javier sat. Whale and Rosalie watched him cautiously. Both had suffered under his fists, and neither particularly liked their chances. If he suddenly attacked, praying he would just walk out. Rosalie shivered. When John stopped in front of their table, mercifully, he didn't even look at her as he addressed Javier. Hello, Javier. Glowering up at John from where he sat, the Wolf King spoke slowly, his deep voice hiding a vicious edge. Mr. Sutton, you strike me as a smart man. Or if not smart, cunning at least. John said, his voice as expressionless as his face. I'm happy to pretend I've never met you, if you're happy to do the same. The alternative will not be pretty, I assure you. You were clever enough to leave when you had the chance last night, but I won't tolerate your presence, or the presence of your dogs on my property again. You might consider last night your one and only warning. Sniffing, Javier nodded. I can live with that. Wonderful. Have a good day, ma'am. As John turned away, Javier's finger twitched, but he ultimately didn't take action. Instead, it was Whale who stood up and spoke to John's retreating back. Where's Jamal? Stopping at the door, John didn't turn around, instead speaking over his shoulder. The barbarian, he's gone, hopefully to greener pastures. Though somehow I doubt it. Watching the door swing as John banished Well slowly sat down, his expression troubled. Javier and Rosalie both looked at him. What does that mean? Rosalie asked, glancing between Javier and Whale. Slowly pulling something out of the bag at his feet, Whale slithered across the table for the others to see. Sitting amidst the plates of half-eaten food was a ruined axe head. For gouges where melted metal had evaporated ran through the cheek of the axe, and the base was twisted and snapped. Swallowing, Whale looked at the door and said nothing. Ellie and Ben were still in the cart, so John untied it and climbed back up into the driver's seat, handing the bag with the remaining block of cheese to Ellie. Where does Widow Brown live? On the southern side of the village, out by the big willow. Turning the cart around, John drove the horse forward, and then down a side street, soon leaving the center of the village behind. As the houses thinned out, he spotted a massive willow tree and a small house with a fenced-in yard under it. Through the slats of the fence, he could see some chickens walking around, their necks bobbing this way and that, bringing the cart to a stop. John jumped down and walked over to the fence. As Ellie and Ben got down behind him, hello, yes. How may I help you? Hearing a voice, John looked over at the little house and saw a thin old woman staring out at him from behind the door. I'm here to ask about your chickens, John said, jerking his head at the chickens in the yard. Oh yes, that's fine, I'm coming. The door closed and the sound of rummaging around drifted out of the house's only window. A moment later, the door opened back up and the old lady shuffled out, a shawl wrapped around her shoulders, walking over to the gate. She showed a few hands aside and opened the gate up, inviting John and the others in. "Come on and you can see. The chickens are all healthy and in great shape." "Why are there only 11? I thought there were a dozen chickens." Ellie asked, looking around. "Oh, there are 12. It's just that one of them is a rooster. He's around here somewhere. Hold on, let me call him Sigvald." Sigvald, looking around, John didn't see any rooster. But the old lady continued to call out, just as John was going to suggest that maybe the rooster had gotten eaten. He saw Ben's mouth drop open and followed his pointing finger. Looking up at the top of the small house, perched on the top of the house, was the largest rooster John had ever seen. Easily 2.2 feet tall. It was over half as tall as Ben and boasted beautiful orange and red feathers down its back and wings. A deep blue tail stuck proudly up in the air, and a thick legs that ended in wicked-looking claws kept it standing tall on the peak of the roof. Staring down at John and the others, it seemed disdainful, as if it couldn't be bothered with them. "Sigvald, you come down from there. Sigvald, come down this instant." Unimpressed with the rooster's attitude, the old woman bent down and picked up a small rock. Taking aim, she heaved it at the rooster, nailing it in the side of the neck with a surprised squawk. The monster bird flailed its sharp claws, not managing to find purchase on the slick slate roof. In a flurry of feathers, it tumbled off of the far side of the roof, landing in a cloud of dust. Jumping up, the rooster let out a furious squawk and shook its feathers, trying to get the dust out. Lifting its head, it glared at the old woman. But when she picked up another rock, it quickly turned its head and stalked away as majestically as possible. "That's Sigfo. He thinks he's hot stuff, but he's as good a rooster as any, so long as you keep him in his place. 11 hens and 1 stuck-up rooster. 3 gold. You can even take the hen house." John knew nothing about chickens, so he looked at Ellie and shrugged, indicating it was up to her. Frowning, Ellie shook her head. "No, I don't think so. That rooster looks like trouble, and some of those hens probably only lay once a week, if even that often. 3 gold is a lot, sure. It's a lot, but I'm telling you, these hens are high producers. Plus, you won't find another rooster in the valley. Like Sigvald, if you want, you could raise a whole flock. I just didn't because it's only me to manage, and I don't have the energy for it anymore," Widow Brown said, doing her best to sell the chickens on the other side. "I'm leaving the valley and I need the gold for the trip. It's highway robbery, but they charge a whole gold to get to the capital. I don't know. 3 gold is just, plus we'll have to feed them, which is already more than we can afford." Ellie said, her eyes darting toward the chickens. Pecking at the ground, stepping a little closer to John, she reached out her hand, hooking his finger and looking up at him apologetically. "It'd be different if it was just us, but winter is coming. 3 gold will just make it so tight." Looking back and forth between Ellie and John, Widow Brown suddenly smiled and took Ellie's hand, patting it gently. "Oh dearie, I was young once too, and I know how it is. It's always tight when you start out, but the days get better. My Abram was an enterprising one too. Though not as strapping as your man here, I can let them go all 12 for the gold. If you can manage it, on account of having been there myself. Would you?" Her eyes lighting up, Ellie beamed at the old woman, gripping her hands tightly. "Of course, to gold, and they're yours," handing over the 2 gold. John took a look at the chicken coop, and then all of the chickens in the yard. "We need to catch them all," Ellie said, starting to push up her sleeves. "That'll take too long," John replied, snapping his fingers. A jolt seemed to run through everyone, chicken and human alike, and everyone's eyes turned to John's fingers. Ellie, Ben, and Widow Brown shook, the strange feeling a moment later. But the chickens did not darting toward him. They stood around his feet staring up at his hand. Even Sigvald the giant rooster came stalking over. His beady eyes locked onto John's fingers, with the chickens seemingly enthralled. It wasn't hard for John to stuff them into the chicken coop. Widow Brown watched in slack-jawed amazement as John locked up the chicken coop, and then picked it up, carrying it easily to the cart. Definitely not, as brawny Widow Brown muttered under her breath, shaking her head with regret. Chapter 27. I never realized you were so good at acting, John said quietly, as he passed Ellie to climb up into the driver's seat. Rolling her eyes at him, Ellie put a sweet smile on her face and took the last block of cheese out of the bag. Carrying it over to Widow Brown, she gave it to her and, after saying goodbye, joined Ben and John in the cart. Ben had barely been able to squeeze into the back of the cart because of the large chicken coop, and as John drove out of the yard, the young boy found himself locked in a staring match with the massive rooster glancing over her shoulder. Ellie saw the situation and laughed. You can't let him intimidate you, Ben. Otherwise he'll never leave you alone. But what if he scratches me? Look at the size of his claws. They're as long as my dagger. Then he'll end up as Christmas dinner, John said, twisting around to look at the big bird. It only took a second of matching gazes with John before the rooster seemed to understand. He wasn't someone to mess with. Surprisingly, he lowered his head and then blinked his beady eyes coyly at John, as if he was trying to act cute. Giving Sigvald a strange look, John turned around, shaking his head. Great. I picked up another weird one, Ellie. Yes, Ben. What did Widow Brown mean when she said it would get easier later? A slight blush rose on Ellie's cheeks at the question, but she hid it by looking out at the countryside that was passing them by, composing her voice. She tried to keep her answer as light as possible. Oh, she just meant that when you're raising chickens or really doing anything, the hardest part is starting. Oh, okay, I guess that's true. Like when I learned to fight with my knife. The hardest part will be that I have to do more chores first, but once I do more chores, it will get easier because I get to do the fun part. Yeah, sort of like that. Enjoying listening to Ben and LA chat, John passed the trip back to the farm in silence. When they finally arrived, he looked around, but everything seemed normal, so he got the chicken coop out of the cart and put it down near the back of the house. He had been thinking about where he was going to put it, and after chatting with Ellie, finally decided on the back of the house by the garden. In order to teach the chickens that the farm was their new home, they had to keep them in a fenced area, but since they hadn't fenced in the area behind the house yet, John would have to build one before they let the chickens out. Surveying the back of the house, John marked out where he wanted to put his posts, and then fetching his axe, he walked toward the woods. Along the way, Ben ambushed him and peppered him with ideas of extra chores he could help with, but John managed to pawn him off on his sister, claiming she was in charge of all the chores. Feeling a sense of relief as Ben finally ran off, John shook his head and walked into the forest. It took him a while to find a tree that was thin enough for his fence post, but once he did, chopping it down only took a matter of minutes. With a loud crash, it fell to the ground, and after trimming the branches, John pulled it out of the forest and chopped it into 6-foot sections. Heading back to the forest, he found a couple more trees he liked the look of, and soon he had his 12 fence posts, 6 feet long and around 8 inches wide. The fence posts were sharpened slightly at one end and trimmed of their bark. Carrying the first one to the spot he had marked out, John looked around to make sure Ellie and Ben weren't watching and sank it into the ground with a gentle push. Checking the height, he realized it wasn't quite far enough in, so he put his hand on top of the post and pressed down. until only 4 feet remained above the ground. Hearing a surprised squawk, he looked up and saw Sigvo was standing on top of the coop, staring at him. The giant rooster, who had somehow managed to get out of the chicken coop, seemed both shocked and intimidated by what it saw, though as soon as John crossed gazes with him, his head raised proudly in the air and he looked away. Laughing, John picked up the next post and walked to the next position, sinking it into the ground with a thrust. All of the posts went in easily, and soon the basic outline of the fence was ready, with all the posts in. It was time for John to put the rails and pickets together. The most time-consuming part of the process was cutting the material, but thanks to the plasma torch that extended from his finger, John was able to cut and trim the pieces as he worked. It was mid-afternoon when he finished, pushing the last nail into the final picket, and apart from having a slightly scorched look, he thought the fence looked great. Currently the coop was sitting on the ground, so he lifted it up and added some posts to the bottom to raise it up a few feet after double-checking to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything. He opened up the chicken coop and let the slightly traumatized chickens out into their new home, seeing Ben staggering by as he tried to carry a giant load of wash he had just pulled from the wash line. John called him over. "Has your sister talked to you about caring for the chickens?" "Yes," she says. "I have to collect the eggs and feed them good. Let me know if you need help, and let me know if they run away." With the chicken fence finished, John put away the tools he had barely used and headed out to check the fields. It had been a few days, but thanks to the quality of the monarch soil, there were already tiny shoots starting to poke through the dirt. Looking over the rows of bright green shoots, John smiled. It was a marvelous sight. 5 1-acre sections had been marked out and planted with corn so that John could try some different things. And heading to the first of the 5 sections, he crouched down. "All right, let's try this. It'll probably fail, but I've got time." Placing his hand on the ground, he began to pull ambient mana out of the air and push it into the earth. Feeling the ground starting to heat up, he carefully controlled the temperature, allowing it to be slightly warmer than the surroundings, but not letting it get hot enough to scorch the tiny seedlings. Once he had flooded the entire patch with mana, he moved on to the next section, repeating his action by increasing the amount of mana by 1 stage, 3 more times he injected mana into the ground. Stepping up the amount of mana he pushed into the ground, each time standing up after he was done. He dusted his hands off and looked over the fields. The differences in the 5 sections were impossible to see with the naked eye, but to John's eyes they looked drastically different. The manner of concentration in the last of the 5 1-acre sections was high enough that John was a bit concerned. It would harm anyone who wanted into it. Well, it was not as bad as the mana-irradiated wastelands left on the battlefields by forbidden-level spells. It was starting to approach that level of mana density. Resolving to mention something to Ellie and Ben, John headed back to the house. There was still a few hours before dinner, so he wanted to start work on getting water into the cellar. Seeing that Ben was still running around, helping his sister, John got out some paper and drew out the house and the cheese cellar, marking the position of the well. He began to plan his excavation. Poking around under the sink in the kitchen showed that the well was using clay pipes, which John was not overly excited about since they were hard to tie into. Metal pipes would be much better. I wonder if there are any sources of ore around here. Otherwise, this is going to get really expensive. Hopefully Gofried was able to find me a forge. Never want to do anything by half measures. John took a look at the bathroom as well, trying to figure out if it would fit a shower. Currently, there was a large tub they used for taking baths, but John wasn't particularly happy with it. Soon one drawing had turned into 2, and then 5. And it wasn't long before John had over a dozen sketches that included everything, from an addition to a complete water and septic system. By the time he was finished, night had come and he sat at the table, with the sketches spread out in front of him. Thank you, accepting. The warm cup from Ellie, John took a sip of the scalding liquid, licking his lips as the bitter liquid traveled down his throat. Putting the cup down, he picked up one of the drawings and then glanced at the back wall of the kitchen. The house was currently shaped like a capital L, and he was considering whether it would be worth it to push it out, making it a square to add some more rooms. Ellie and Ben were sharing a room at the moment, and in addition, would give them some space to stretch out, sitting down at the table with him. Ellie peeked at the drawings. John had been working on them for most of the afternoon, and she was curious what he was doing. Seeing the glance, John shuffled the papers together and slid them over in front of her. I've been thinking about expanding the farm. Slowly sifting through the sketches, Ellie glanced up at John, a slightly strange look on her face. That's what the farmhouse will look like once it's finished. See, we would be converting this window at the back of the kitchen into a doorway, extending the hallway all the way around the house, and then adding a room on the side, and extending the bathroom to add space for a shower and a sink. Shower, it's where the water is carried up with a pipe and then pours out from the top like a really tall hand pump, a sort of. It ends up like rain instead of a solid stream. Haha, it's hard to explain, John said, rubbing the back of his head. The bathroom would also include a proper sink, I figured. If I'm redoing the plumbing for the cheese cellar anyway, I might as well put in a proper bathroom. What would this extra room be used for? Oh, that's so that you wouldn't have to share a room with Ben. It has to be inconvenient to share a room. Even if he's your brother, I figured you would be more comfortable having your own space. Looking down at the drawing, Ellie could clearly see that the proposed room was nearly 4 times as big as the small room she was currently squeezed into. Slightly flustered, she didn't know what to say. But thankfully, John seemed oblivious to her confusion and pointed to the next sketch. I also did another one with a second story, but that would pretty much be a complete rebuild. I realized that if we do end up getting help, we'll probably need to arrange sleeping quarters for them. We could extend the house, or we could build a bunkhouse. I'm leaning toward a bunkhouse, since a full rebuild of the house would be really time-consuming. But that would also mean running another set of pipes. What do you think? Most of the time, workers sleep in the barns. The farm hands that old man Burrows employed slept in the barn that fell in, Ellie said, pointing out the window at the barn John had repaired for a smokehouse. All right, then they'll be used to a bunkhouse. That reminds me, I want to see about getting a few more deer to make sure we have plenty of meat. I meant to check Ben's deadfall. I better do that now. As John stood up, Ellie flipped through the last few sketches, stopping on one at the very back. What is this? That's an ice house. I thought it would be good to make sure we had ice, so I'm going to expand the cheese cellar to include an ice house. Where are we going to get ice? Ellie asked, her forehead furrowing. The river moves too fast even during the winter, and there are no lakes around here. That's okay. I have a trick for it that will get us plenty of ice. Nodding, Ellie put the sketches down, her expression still skeptical. Seeing that John was about to leave, Ben stood up. Can I come? Sure, grab some rope and make sure you have your dagger. Watching John and Ben until they disappeared into the darkness, Ellie let out a little sigh and looked down at the sketches on the table. It was becoming increasingly clear to her that John really did intend to transform the farm into his home. It had only been a couple months since he had arrived, and yet it was already almost completely transformed. She had never met someone who moved with the sheer force he possessed, yet no matter how swiftly he moved, the things he turned his hands to happened without fail. Letting her finger trace the outline of the room he had sketched out in the addition, she felt her hand tremble. She had lived on the farm for almost 5 years now. But despite all her efforts to make it feel like a home, for her and Ben, it had remained Old Man Burrow's farm in her heart. Yet in the few months since John had arrived, it had changed so much, and she was terrified to realize she was changing with it, for some reason she couldn't quite pin down. John had taken her and Ben into his life, adopting them along with the farm, as if they were part and parcel. Now looking at the changes he was proposing, and hearing his offhand comment that she needed her own space, she felt like the walls built up around her heart were starting to crack. She had been living on the edge of a knife for as long as she could remember, always ready to abandon everything and flee with Ben if the danger grew too great. But the weight of John's presence had allowed her, for the first time she could remember, to imagine a life without having to run. A small smile curled at the corner of her lips as she indulged in the fantasy of having a home, a real home, for the first time since her grandmother had died. Hearing an excited shout, that smile grew as Ben ran into the yard. "Ellie, we got one, my trap got one." Chapter 28. I don't think we should build an extension to the house until after we build a bunkhouse, Ellie said, looking across the table at John. It was the next morning, and they were enjoying a breakfast of oatmeal and biscuits with butter and cream. Pausing as he reached for the bowl of blueberries Ellie had set out, John nodded okay. "Why is that first? I'm fine sharing a room. And if we need to spread out, we can clear the storeroom. Second, I think there are more important things we need to do. You mentioned that you found some cows you might be able to get, which means we need to expand the barn first. But if we're expanding the barn, we need a bunkhouse, because we'll need to hire a farm hand third. All of this is going to cost a lot, I think. It would be better to wait until the farm has a stable income source before spending so much." Realizing there was some sense to what she was saying, John nodded. "That's fair. I forgot about expanding the barn last night. We'll need to do that if we're getting more cows. Speaking of, what would you say a fair price is for a cow?" According to Sven, a farmer out at the edge of the valley, is looking to get out quickly, no more than 5 gold a head. Ellie said after a moment of thought, "But if he wants to leave soon, I would say you could probably get him down to 2, with hard bargaining, or 3. Without so much trouble. You really think he would take half price for them? It's all a matter of time and place. Who else has the money to buy them? Not everyone has the capital resources. You do, John, and anyone who does has no need for cows." "True. All right, I'll head over there today to see what he has. But before that I'll dress the deer," and started smoking. Mr. Sutton bursting through the door. Ben looked wild-eyed and restless, as if he had seen something that had shaken him to the core. Hurrying over, Ellie smoothed his wild hair and looked at him. Concerned Ben, "Calm down, what's going on?" Pushing her hand away, he completely ignored her and spoke to John, his voice breathless. "It's that rooster Sigwart. It's trying to fight Ferdy," putting his spoon down slowly. John swiveled around in his seat and stared at Ben. "He's doing what? Ferdy and Sigmund. They're fighting out in the pasture." As soon as Ben's voice faded, John heard a powerful bellow and an answering crow in the distance, and stood up abruptly, his face grim. If either of those stupid animals, letting his words trail off. He strode past Ellie and Ben and out of the door, leaving the brother and sister staring after him. Exchanging a glance with Ben, Ellie put down the towels she was holding and picked up her skirt despite running after John. Neither Ellie nor Ben managed to catch up with him. As they headed for the pasture, and by the time they arrived, he had already hopped the fence. In the middle of the field stood Ferdy, his hoops spread wide, and his head held low as he stared down at Sigvald. With less than a foot between them, the large bird was clearly annoyed that Furtive wasn't making way for him, and had drawn himself up to his full height and spread out his powerful wings. The two animals faced each other in an uneasy standoff, neither willing to budge, pawing the ground. Ferdy let out a snort, blasting air from his nose, only to be answered by a piercing chirp as Sigbold scratched a deep burrow in the grass. Just when it looked like they were going to come to blows, John arrived, an ice-cold expression plastered across his face. He stomped over and grabbed Ferdy's horn, sensing John's hand coming toward him. Sigvald tried to dodge away, but John was too fast, and clamped onto the rooster's wing with an iron grip. Slamming both creatures down into the dirt, John crouched down so his face was right next to theirs. "Listen to me, you dumb animals. You both belong to me, and I am the absolute pinnacle of whatever pecking order is established on this farm. If either of you picks up so much as a scratch, you'll have to account yourself to me. And if either of you inflicts so much as a scratch on the other, I will cook and eat both of you. There will be absolutely no, and I repeat, no fighting. This is Ferdy's pasture. The garden and pen behind the house is Sigvald's. Everything else is common space, and all of it, every last inch, is mine. Do you understand me?" Managing to somehow look hurt by John's name calling, Ferdy nodded his head frantically. Sigvald, on the other hand, tried to look away, but the increasing pressure on his wing refused to let him ignore John. Almost reluctantly, he nodded his head, satisfied. John let go of the two animals and stood up. About to turn away, he remembered something else, and pointed at Ellie and Ben, who were standing at the gate, staring at him. "And they outrank both of you by a mile. So don't cause trouble, okay?" Turning around, he shook his head. What a farce, most powerful person in an entire fantasy world, and I'm reduced to bullying farm animals. Seeing the concerned expression on Ellie's face, John hopped over the fence and dusted off his hands. "They'll behave now," hearing the certainty in his voice. Ellie gave him a doubtful look. He seemed to be able to work miracles on a regular basis, but declaring that two alpha animals were suddenly going to get along was a hard pill for her to swallow. Looking past John, she saw the two animals in question were still standing close to each other, but instead of staring each other down, they both looked dejected, almost as if they were finding solace in the other's company. "What did you say to them?" Ben asked, his eyes wide as he hung on the fence, staring at the two animals. "I just told them who was boss," John said, leaning against the fence and staring out at the pasture, "and that I would eat them if they fought." Out in the middle of the field, Ferdy caught John looking at him and hurriedly turned his head away, acting like he was upset with him. Ben's eyes got even bigger, and he peered at John's impassive face. Shaking her head, Ellie just threw up her hands, abandoning any effort to understand what was going on. "I have a kitchen to clean," she said, calling out to her brother as she walked away. "Ben, have you checked for eggs yet?" Yes, there were two, but most of the hens didn't lay anything, Ben replied, jumping down and chasing after her. "That's normal. It might take them a few days before they start laying." Again, listening to the conversation between Ben and Ellie, while he watched Sigvald and Ferdy. To make sure there wouldn't be any trouble, John soon found himself alone. "I guess I better figure out what's going on with the barn." The cow barn was attached to the first pasture and had a considerable amount of room to expand, but John wasn't sure he was skilled enough to make the extension work seamlessly with the existing building. Instead, he was thinking about building a second, larger barn on the other side of the stone tub where the milk was stored. Walking over to the barn, he ran his hand over it, trying to figure out how it was built. It looked like a simple frame building with thick boards for walls. But when he went inside, he realized that mud and hay had been used on the inside to keep it insulated. The ceiling, like the roof of the house, was slate laid over wooden planks, creating a watertight seal. Unsure where he would find the slate for a new roof, John decided to get the cows first, and then worry about the rest later. Walking back to the pasture, he whistled, and after a second, Ferdy came trotting over. Sensing the bull was still a bit hurt, John patted his head and then fed him a mana crystal. No sooner had the crystal formed than Sigvald, who was studiously ignoring John, snapped his head around, his beady eyes fixed on the crystal in John's hand. With a speed that would put an Olympic sprinter to shame, the rooster crossed the pasture, only stopping when the mana crystal vanished into Furtive's mouth. Seeing there was no hope of recovering that one, Sigurd looked at John, shaking his feathers to make himself look as pretty as possible. What a stupid bird. Despite his thoughts, John pulled mana into his palm, condensing it into another mana crystal. Holding it between his fingers, he showed it clearly to Sigvald as he spoke to both animals. I'm leaving, you know the drill. Keep the farm and, more importantly, Ellie and Ben safe. Without another word, he tossed the manacrys to Sigvard, who gobbled it out of the air with a lightning fast strike. Crowing triumphantly, Sigvard spread his wings and flew up to one of the fence posts, posing there like he was the king of the farm. John and Freddy shared a look, both rolling their eyes at the bird's theatrics. After letting Ben and Ellie know he was heading out, John walked past the cornfields and left the farm, cutting through the woods toward the Keller farm. So according to the book, corn takes 60 to 90 days on average, but I think the manor might be doing something to shorten that. Ellie said we should start to expect frost to start coming in a few months, so we should be able to harvest the corn before that happens. Even if we get an early frost, I think we'll be okay. Once the corn comes out, it'll be time for wheat to go in. As he moved through the woods, John's thoughts spun, thinking over the problems that faced him. Apart from things like improving the cheese cellar and building another barn, he still had to figure out how to make wheat that could grow anywhere. Already, the corn in the plot of land where he was testing the highest concentration of mana was beginning to show clear signs of mana poison. Though it was growing quickly, even touching it would likely start to corrode a normal person's skin, and eating it was a sure recipe for death. The problem is the corn is just storing the mana. It's not actually processing it. I need to figure out a way to make plants that process the mana as a nutrient. I wonder how that flower works I picked up from the Grim. That seemed to transform the mana it stored into something that the plants could use when combined with the light, but I have no idea what it's doing or how it's doing it. Maybe if I had more of the research from the mage who wrote the journal. I wonder if they're still alive. A small group of buildings came into view as John arrived at the edge of the valley and walked out of the woods, seeing a fenced-in pasture with almost 24 dirty dairy cows. John frowned. It was clear from the complete disrepair of the buildings and the general lack of feeling that whoever ran the farm had other things on their mind that took clear priority. Walking over to the field, John spent a bit of time looking at the cows and then headed for the house. Can I help you? As he was walking up onto the stoop to knock, a large-bellied man walked out of the barn. Are you Keller? I'm John Sutton. Oh, you're the one who took over the Burrows place. Right, are you here for the cows? If you're selling, I'm buying. Great, great. Come on over and see him, haha. I was worried no one in the valley would be interested. They're fine animals, and it would be a shame for the wolves to get them, Keller said, rubbing his hands on his dirty shirt, and only succeeding in making them even dirtier. Take a look. Like I said, fine animals, a bit dirty, But that'll all come right off. They look a bit gaunt. What are you looking to get for them?" Giving John a measuring glance, Keller leaned against the fence and made a show of thinking about the question. "Well, I'd hate to see them dead for nothing, but you know, cows in these parts are rare. Even harder to bring into the valley, you know." Waiting impassively, John just watched the cows milling listlessly about the pasture, while Keller babbled on finally. His patience growing thin, John looked at the fat farmer. "1 gold coin per cow would impossible, you and I both know. These are the only other cows in the valley. Do you really think I'd sell them for 1 gold coin?" A piece holding up his hand, as Farmer Keller protested vehemently. John spoke calmly, not a trace of emotion on his face. "First, you're leaving and cannot take them with you. You can, on the other hand, take 23 gold coins, which is more than enough for you to live for a few years. Second, they're practically dead on their feet. I'm pretty sure most of them are diseased. If you sold them to anyone for meat, they would hunt you down and kill you if they didn't die first. Third, I'll ensure you make it out of the valley safely," his face turning red as John listed his reasons. Keller was about to explode until John listed the last point. Seeing John staring at him evenly, the fat farmer's face went white, and his lips opened and closed like a fish as he tried to find the words to say, looking at the cows and seeing what terrible shape they were in. Keller deflated and nodded weakly. "All right, I'll take it. But you won't get the deed for them until I'm out of the valley, no problem. But you have to help me drive them to my farm first." "Okay, that's fine. Let me get my stuff and we can go." Chapter 29. While Keller went to get his bags, John hopped the fence and went into the pasture, walking through the cows to examine them closer. Many of them had sores on their legs that had been left untreated, and it was clear from the blank looks in their eyes that they were completely dispirited. Frowning, John suppressed the impulse to throttle the fat farmer and began condensing mana crystals. Ever since he had started feeding them to Ferdy, he had realized the tremendous impact they had on animals. The 6 cows back on the farm had also been fed mana crystals a few times, and not only had their health improved, but they'd also yielded more milk. John was guessing the same would hold true for these cows, and started to feed them crystals, watching carefully for any signs of trouble. Instead, the cows perked right up, following him around, their eyes wide as the rush of mana surged through them. They seemed to gain a liveliness that had been missing before, and by the time Keller came out, a giant bag strapped tightly to his back. All 23 cows were following John, like a brood of ducklings, staring in shock as John opened the gate and led the cows out of the pasture. Keller didn't know what to do and could only follow along behind the cows as they lumbered after John. The path he had taken through the woods was relatively flat, so John headed back the way he'd come, periodically summoning manure into his palms for the cows to lick. Since the cows moved much slower than he did, it took until a bit after dinner time for John and Farmer Keller to get the cows back to the farm, and by the time they got there, the cows were exhausted, letting them into the pasture next to a very excited Ferdy. John grabbed some food for himself and Ellie and had Ben hitch up the horse to the cart. "Are you running him into town?" Ellie asked, glancing at Keller, who was stuffing stew into his face. "Actually, I'll be escorting him out of the valley. The trip shouldn't take more than a few hours, so I expect to be back before morning. There's a caravan forming up on the other side of the pass, so after I drop him off there, I'll head back." "All right, travel safely. Yeah, watch out for bandits," Ben shouted, causing Keller to blanch, nodding seriously. John patted Ben on the head. "I will have you been practicing what I taught you," reaching for his waist. Ben grabbed the handle of his dagger and drew it in one smooth motion, at the same time jumping backward into a solid stance. the dagger held out in front of his body, looking up excitedly. He blocked down and then up and to each side, each time returning to the central position. Good. Remember, fighting with a knife is 100% about surviving. The same is true for fighting with any weapon. Whether it's a knife, a sword, a spear, or your fists, goal no. One is always to survive. Nothing else matters. You're doing well tomorrow morning. I expect to see you up bright and early, practicing before it's time to milk. For laps around the farm and then 30 defensive draws. Yes, sir, Ben said, his eyes glowing as he slid his dagger into its sheath. Color, you ready to go? Shoving the last little bit of bread into his mouth. The fat farmer nodded, giving Ellie a smile to thank her for the food. Picking up his big bag that had never been more than a few inches from him since he left his house. Keller followed John out to the cart and climbed up into it. Let's go. Looking back as they turned onto the road, John saw Ellie's shadow still standing on the porch, staring after them, about to turn away. He saw another shadow and frowned, his eyes rising to the house's roof. There, perched majestically in the moonlight, was Sigvald. Noticing John's frown, Keller grew nervous. What's wrong? On nothing, John said, smiling wryly. Everything is fine. It'll take about 2 hours to get to the caravan's camp. Owen will be swinging by the town to see if anyone else needs a ride. By the time they left Fairford Village, it was nearly 3 hours later, and the cart was absolutely bursting with people who were all planning on leaving the village. With the caravan, some of them were leaving for good, like Widow Brown and Farmer Keller. Others were taking a trip to the closest city, and preferred to do so with the safety of a large group. John couldn't blame them, since bandits had been rampant since the last war finished up. That was one of the reasons he was so hesitant to get rid of Havre the Wolf King. Should the Wolf King ever disappear, the valley would undoubtedly be plagued by many other smaller groups of bandits. The fact that he'd seen the bandit leader and his lieutenants eating in town was a clear sign that he wasn't the only one who knew. This often, a large evil that was known was better than 1,000 small evils in the shadows. Grateful for John's willingness to take everyone out of the valley in his cart, George came along with him, his crossbow held ready. Thankfully, there was no trouble to be found along the way, and they arrived at the caravan without incident. Dropping everyone off, John got out a sack of coins and carefully counted out 23 gold coins into Keller's palm. Happy with the gold, Keller handed over the deed to the cattle with a nod. Folding it up, he put it in his pocket, and it just started to climb into the cart when Keller called to him softly, "Sutton, if you have another 25 gold, you can have the whole farm. 25 a bit steep for a bunch of buildings. That probably won't last the winter." "Sure, but it comes with water. Rights to a spring coming out of the mountain there. There was a mine there, but the spring filled it right up, which is how I got it. It's fresh, clean water, and if you have it, you can claim rights to all the land in between that can be used for grazing." Recalling one of the books he'd read on raising cattle and how grazing rights worked, John paused. "You said there was a mine on the property. What kind of mine? Wouldn't it ruin the spring?" "It was iron, I think. But you don't have to worry about it being poisoned. The spring comes out completely clear. Just don't drink the water that runs down into the mine shaft, and you'll be fine." "Is there still iron in the mine, or is it tapped out?" "Oh, sure. There's still tons of iron in there. It was just too expensive to get out, with all that water flooding it. Actually, before I farmed on the property, I was the mine supervisor." "Where do you think those cows come from?" "Yes, it was quite the mine back in the day. There was a smelter and everything. Shame it's all underwater now." "Of course, anything you can get out is yours. Only 25 gold for the lot of it. But if you're not going to buy it, I'll have to find someone in the city to take it." "Off my hands. You have the deed." "Yep, it's right here." Staring at Keller for a moment, John tossed the bag of coins to him. Catching it, the fat farmer opened it up and counted exactly 25 shining gold coins. Grinning, he signed the farm's deed over to John and nodded happily. "Thanks for doing business. You know, I think it's good you're heading to the city," John said, a faint smile on his face as he put the deed away. "I think you're in the wrong business. You should be a merchant or a shopkeeper." "Haha, you know, I've heard that before, thanks." Driving his cart back into the valley, John dropped George off and then headed for the farm. Arriving early in the morning, putting the horse away, he flicked a bean-sized mana crystal to Sigvald, who was still standing guard on the roof, and went to bed. Despite the fact that he only got 2 hours of sleep, John was up before the sun the next morning to check on Ben's practice and to help with the milking. Most of the 2 dozen cows he had bought were in no shape to be milked, so he and Ellie spent some time after breakfast taking care of the sores on their legs after feeding them more mana crystals. John needed to figure out how to build another barn. Thankfully, George had told him where he could find a slate for the roof, so John was pretty confident he would be able to complete the whole thing by himself. After checking the corn to see how it was growing and making some adjustments to the amount of mana in each of the 5 test plots, John headed for the woods and began chopping down thick trees and dragging them out to saw into logs. After showing Sigvald away after the rooster strutted over to see what was going on, John quickly stockpiled a giant number of wooden planks, which he dried quickly, adding a massive stack of trees. With the branches trimmed off to the pile, John felt like he was ready to start. Somewhere along the way, he had stopped caring if Ben or Ellie knew. He was tremendously strong, figuring they would think it was part of his class. So the work progressed at an incredible rate, notching the logs before he put them up. He didn't even bother digging holes in the ground, and instead just rammed them into the earth with pure force. After the 10 posts were in the ground, he set up a log at an angle to one of the central posts and, gripping a crossbeam, scrambled up, setting the crossbeam in place across the width of the barn. He tapped it down and then grabbed another beam, placing it lengthwise down the side of the barn. With these 2 beams in place, it was easy enough for him to put the other beams in place, and soon the structure of the barn was almost done. It was easier for him to build the roof beam on the ground, so he did, attaching the angled poles on the ends of the beam and then carrying the entire thing up onto the top of the frame and lifting it into place. Once everything was fitted together, John went around with long dowels, sinking them into their places with a few taps of his palm. Okay, so maybe being impossibly strong isn't so bad. I mean, it's not everyone who can raise a barn by themselves. In an afternoon, standing back and admiring the structure for a few minutes, John had to admit he was pleased with his work. With the framing done, it was time to attach the planks to the sides, which John did rapidly, pushing the nails in with his fingers. By the time dinner rolled around, John had been working furiously all day, and the barn was entirely finished, apart from the interior, the doors, and the slate roof. Any normal person would have been utterly exhausted, but thanks to the mana that coursed through his body, John felt as fresh as a daisy. Once dinner was finished, he got one of the mana lamps and continued to work on the interior of the barn, building out stalls and making doors for the front and back entrance. Finishing around 11 o'clock, John was stunned to find that Ellie had left a cup of hot tea warming on the stove and some cut-up fruit out for him. Happily eating it all up, he went to bed, sleeping better than he had in a long time. -1 doom points, the apocalypse retreats. Waking the next morning to some welcome news, John shook his head as he got ready for the day. I better not get too excited. When has this world ever been this easy? The easier it is now, the worse it'll be later. I really need to get that water to the cheese cellar. Something is coming, I can feel it in my bones. Despite his prediction, the next few days passed peacefully. As John and Ben took a trip to the slate shelf George had told them about, between large bites of stew, breaking off big chunks of rock and carting them back to the farm to be turned into slate tiles for the roof. Once they had enough, John used a chisel and a bit of mana to chop them into the right size and shape, while Ben helped him stack them. Then it was up to the roof with them, and John began to put them in place, starting at the edge of the roof, leaving a bit of an overhang to allow moisture to drip off. Without running down the wooden walls, he discreetly punched holes in the first slate and put it in place with a nail. Heading down the line, he moved quickly, using nails to affix the slate tiles in a stepped, alternating pattern. Ben quickly tired of running slats up to the roof, but after Ellie brought out some juice for them, he got back to it, and on the evening of the second day, they had completely finished the barn. Removing the supports they were using as a ladder, they went to the pump to wash off the dirt from their hands and faces before heading in to dinner. That's the barn knocked off the list. That just leaves new plumbing, the bunkhouse, the addition to the main house, and finding someone to help with the milking. Maybe to people now that we have so many cows, but for now it's time to update the plumbing. Without the availability of PVC piping or the facilities to create clay pipes, John was banking on the abandoned iron mine. Keller had mentioned he had been almost gleeful when he'd heard that the Keller farm had once been an iron mine, but had been careful to avoid showing it to Keller himself. The next day, after checking on the corn, he headed for his new property, making the trip in only 20 minutes. Thanks to his mana-enhanced legs, the entrance to the mine had been boarded over, but John had no problem pulling the boards out. Needing no light, he advanced into the mine, quickly coming to the place where the tunnel began to slope down into the mountain. Seeing that the tunnel was filled with dirty, grimy water, John just shrugged and snapped his fingers, surrounding himself with a burning flame that was so hot it evaporated any water that got close. As he walked forward, the water simply transformed into steam, flooding the passage behind him. Chapter 30, The Raging Flames, caused the toxic mine water to evaporate almost instantly, filling the mine tunnel with steam and harmful gas. Yet John simply walked through them. His mana-reinforced body had long lost the need for mundane things like oxygen, and instead, he breathed in pure mana, pulled from the air and the mountain around him. The magical flames that rolled around him were so hot that the toxic gas burned away completely, leaving nothing but evaporated water behind. Calmly walking forward, he boiled away the water, at the same time using his mana control to pull the heat from the air at the mine walls to prevent them from melting away like the smoke from a volcano. The steam escaped out of the mine's entrance, quickly rising into the sky in a thick cloud. Without caring for the scene he was causing, John pushed forward, his feet lifting from the ground as he rushed deeper into the mine. Within a few minutes, the water level had dropped considerably, revealing a passage that shot off to the side. Seeing the steam he was creating rush in that direction, John knew there was some sort of passage to the surface that must have been filled with water, guessing that the passage led to the smelter Keller had spoken of. He pulled the flames in and walked that way, soon arriving at a large room with a massive pile of partially rusted tools and a hulking stone furnace with a smelter on top of it. A tall chimney had been drilled into the rock for the smoke from the smelter, and John could still see water dripping from it. With a thought, the heat in the room increased, sending a dry wind spinning, and a few minutes later the room was dry. Thanks to the light from his flames, the entire room was well lit, and John had no problem examining the things that had been abandoned when the mine flooded. Piles of metal ingots were scattered around the room, obviously disturbed from their places when the water had originally rushed into the mine. Picking up a piece of pig iron, he snapped it in half, examining it carefully. Despite a layer of rust on the outside of the iron, the interior was perfectly fine and would suit his needs perfectly. He had spent enough time around the nation's weapon manufacturing while he was in the army that he understood the process for making steel, so he wasn't concerned about being able to use the pig iron rather than clean out the whole mine. John went back and continued to burn through the water until he found another passage. Heading in, he found huge piles of pig iron and happily moved them into the smelting room. Once he had moved everything that could be moved, he came back out into the main passage and snapped his fingers, creating a large fireball. With another snap, it thinned out, transforming into a sword. Using his fingers to control it, he dug out the top of the passage, completely caving it in. Once he was sure it would be practically impossible to clear, he went back to the smelter room, continuing to fill the passage in until the smelter room was completely cut off, with the passage filled in. The only path to the surface was the small chimney, but a few minutes of work turned that into a passageway that was more than big, enough for his body to fit through. Close to 60 feet long, the passageway went straight up, emerging on a sloped part of the mountain behind some large rocks. Pleased with his new entrance, John found another large rock he could set over the opening to prevent animals or people from wandering in and falling to their deaths. Heading down to the forest, John knocked down a couple trees and brought them back up to the mountain, dropping them down the passage. Flying back down, he landed in the smelter room and arranged his material. Picking up the pig iron, he tossed it into the smelter and placed his hands on it, channeling mana into it. Within 30 seconds, the interior of the smelter turned a bright orange, and the pig iron melted completely, breaking off a piece of the tree. John held it over the smelter, transforming it into charcoal, which he ground up and spread over the puddle of iron. Reason no to that it isn't so bad to be a living flame. Reaching into the smelter, he grabbed the puddle, bending and massaging it so it mixed together. Repeating the process a couple of times, he pulled the puddle out of the smelter and began to pull the heat from it, transferring it back to the smelter. As the metal hardened, he shaped it with his hands, turning it into a long bar around 2 inches in diameter. While it finished cooling, he began to work on the next bit of iron, transforming it into a thin, flat sheet that was around 6 inches wide and 6 feet long. Laying the sheet down, he placed the rod in the middle and sent a surge of mana down it, causing the thin sheet to heat up. Bending the sheet around the metal bar, he made sure it was properly aligned, and then, after pulling the rod out, melted the edges of the sheet together, sealing the pipe shut. Pleased with the final result, John began creating piece after piece until he had a massive pile of pipes of various sizes and shapes. Time passed seamlessly as he smelted and created until he had transformed nearly half of the raw iron into pipes. Grinning, he started carrying them up to the surface, piling them up in Keller's old kitchen to keep the water off of them while he went to get the cart. Once he had removed everything and put the large boulder back, he took off for the farm, carrying a large stack of pipes he had bound together. Soon arriving at the cornfields, walking past the corn, he checked it out and was surprised to see the manure level was much lower than he expected. Frowning, he poured mana into the soil to get it back to the proper levels and then went back to the house. As he rounded the corner, he was startled to see a whole crowd of people standing in the yard, clumped into a small group around a familiar-looking cart. Despite their agitation, it was clear they were loath to step out due to Sigvald, who was stalking majestically back and forth between where they stood and the porch. Hearing a happy snort, John looked over and saw Ferdy on the opposite side of the cart, trapping the people neatly. "John, Mr. Sutton. You're Mr. Sutton," seeming strangely happy that John was back. Ellie ran over, reaching out to grab his sleeve, realizing what she was doing just as her fingers touched his arm. She jerked her hand back and grabbed her skirt tightly. "I'm glad you're back." Not even remotely as composed as Ellie, Ben ran over and glared at him, an accusing look in the little boy's eyes. "Mr. Sutton, where have you been?" "What do you mean I just went to the killer farm? I told you I bought it, didn't I? But why were you gone for?" 2 days. 2 days, wait. What day is it? Was I really gone for 2 days? Ellie nodded mutely, putting her hand over Ben's mouth. Stunned, John's mind spun down in the darkness of the smelting room. The only light had been the light of his flames, and the passage of time had melted away as he created steel and bent it into pipes. Now that he thought about it, there was no way, no matter how skilled he was, that it would have been possible to create as many pipes as he had created in only a single day. Letting out a sigh, he rubbed his forehead. "Sorry, I didn't mean to leave for that long." "You're back, that's what matters," Ellie said, and just in time. Taking a step back and pulling her brother with her, she gestured to the cart that was in the yard, and the people trapped by Ferdy and Sigvald. "Gottfried and Mr. Holden have just arrived, but the animals don't seem to welcome them. I can see that," John said, laughing. Walking out into the yard, he called the two animals Sigvard, Ferdy. "That's enough mooing happily." Ferdy trotted over to him, nuzzling him in the chest as he asked for his reward. Sigvard was slower, leveling along, arrogant look at the people by the cart, before he started over to John, rewarding both of them with a small mana crystal. John patted Ferdy on the side, wiggling his butt. The bull snorted at Sigvald, who jumped up on his back, balancing on his wide shoulders. Together they trotted off to the pasture to revel in their victory, leaving John face-palming behind them. "Ah, Mr. Sutton, it's so wonderful to see you again," Guillaume said when he saw the coast was clear. Striding forward, he gave John a flourishing bow, tipping his hat to Ellie, who was still standing on the porch. He let out a light laugh. "Your animals are quite unique. I'm afraid they didn't like my men overly much." Looking past Gottfried, John saw one of the merchant's men bore a large gash on his arm from where Sigvald had slashed him. Noticing John's frown, Guthrie smiled and waved his hand. "Please don't worry about it, Mr. Sutton. It's our fault for not observing the proper etiquette on your farm, believe me. We are just grateful he was left with an arm." "Sigurd, is that the rooster's name?" "Sigurd is an impressive bird," giving Guthrie a long look. John nodded him. "Come on and thank you. Thank you. Oh, Jeremy Vorel, please get the gifts we brought." As Guthrie followed John, Ellie, and Ben into the farmhouse, two of the muscular men standing next to the cart grabbed a heavy chest and carried it inside. Placing it down, one of them unlocked it with a key he carried around his neck, and then gave the key to Guthrie. Stepping outside to join his companion, flipping the lid open, Guillaume began to pull things from the chest, placing them on the table. "Hold on," John said, his brow furrowing. "If it wasn't on the list, we're not going to buy it." "Buy? Oh no, no sir. These are all gifts. Think of it as a little token of my esteem for your being willing to trust me with your partnership. Look, some heavy wool coats with a cotton lining. Great for winter. This one is for the lady, cut in the latest fashion from the capital, but without the unnecessary ornamentation. Of course, there is still a silver brooch, as is the fashion, but I've pinned it inside the collar here, and for the young master a short coat to keep you warm, while giving you the freedom to run, never having been called anything, even approaching young master in his life." Ben had no idea how to respond, and just stared at Guthrie blankly. Ellie didn't seem to care what she was called. but it was clear, from the way her fingers lingered on the tightly woven wool, that she was completely enchanted. Realizing suddenly that the room had fallen silent, and everyone was looking at her, her hand withdrew and she took a small step back, dropping her head. Sensing the atmosphere was growing slightly strained, Guthrie smiled and looked at John. "I hope I am not imposing on you in this way. This really is just a very small token of my happiness. I predict that once your wares reach the market, you'll rapidly become so wealthy that trinkets such as these will mean nothing to you. You might even say that this is simply my way of buying your favor." Ahead of our business partnership, while Gelfried prattled on, John's eyes drifted to Ellie, who had grabbed a hold of Ben to keep him from trying on the coat. Despite her outward lack of care, John had not mistaken the desire in her eyes. When she had touched the smartly cut coat, glancing at the chest, he realized that most of the things in it were for a woman, and suddenly smiled. What a sly dog. He isn't the master of a caravan for nothing. I clearly picked the right person. Reaching out, John picked up the coat Goffredo had brought for him and felt the smooth wool. It was cut in the style of a military coat, with a nicely-sized collar and 2 rows of brass buttons. Opening it up, he saw that it had a few interior pockets and a built-in sheath for a dagger on both sides, recognizing the design that he'd used throughout his military career. His smile grew slightly. Godfrey had obviously done his research. "This is really nice, thank you," Guffaw bet out. A silent cheer as John accepted the coat, despite his smile and easy composure. His entire back was drenched in a cold sweat. For a moment he thought he'd judged wrongly and that he was going to die a fiery, painful death. Thankfully, John, who obviously did not care about the gifts at all, was happy to accept a gift if it would make Ellie comfortable accepting something, as well, choking back the tears of happiness at his new lease on life. Goffredo began unloading everything else from the box and introducing it like John had suspected. Almost all of the gifts were for Ellie, with only a set of books for him and a little wrist-mounted crossbow for Ben. The rest of the items that came out of the chest were high-quality pots and pans, a set of chef's knives, scarves, 2 dresses, and 3 bolts of high-quality cloth, besides the silver brooch that was attached to her coat already. There were also a pair of silver earrings to replace the plain studs Ellie wore, a few fashion catalogs complete with dress patterns, a high-quality sewing kit, and a pair of cute leather boots that happened to be Ellie's perfect size. Once all of the gifts had been given out, John stood up and nodded to Godfrey. "Thank you, your gifts are appreciated, but don't think they'll mean you can squeeze more profit out of us when it comes to the cheese business." Feeling a light tug on his sleeve, he looked down and saw that Ellie was holding on to the earrings, a slight blush on her cheeks. "All right, so maybe you can squeeze a little bit." Chapter 31. The day was almost done by the time John, Ellie, and Guillaume finally finished discussing their partnership. The merchant had brought a considerable amount of supplies for John and Ellie, including a press for adding a design to the top of the cheese, a large supply of wax and cheesecloth, and many of the tools that cheese shops in the city used. For the most part, John simply stood silently while Ellie and Godfrey negotiated, but eventually he couldn't stand another moment of it and rudely interrupted the conversation to lay down some guidelines. Far from trying to take advantage of one another, both Ellie and Guillaume seemed to give the other person as good a deal as they could, leading to a hilariously frustrating discussion where each of them argued for the other's side, breaking into the conversation. While Godfrey was expounding the virtue of hard work and simple country living, John slammed his palm on the table. "You sell the cheese for 1 gold a wheel or more. As the market allows, we get the profit from 3 of every 5 units sold. We bear the cost of production, You bear the cost of distribution. We'll buy our supplies from you at market price. That's it, end of discussion. Doing a complete 180-degree turn in a single second, Godfrey completely changed tack, nodding seriously along with John's statement, and carefully writing it down. A fair deal, a fair deal. Pouting, Ellie gave Gauthier an annoyed look. I just suggested that. And you said the value of our labor was too low. Putting his hand in front of Ellie's eyes. To block her stare, John shook his head. Enough. Enough, I don't want to be here all night. Giggling, Ellie jumped up and gave Guillaume a little bow. Will you stay for dinner? Dinner. That sounds wonderful, Guillaume said, hesitating just long enough to glance at John, seeing his short nod. The merchant smiled widely and continued smoothly. I would be delighted to knot your muscle. We don't have enough food for them. Or Holden. Standing up, Guthrie continued to speak to Ellie, pretending John had never said anything at all. However, my men have some business back at the village leader Holden as well. I'm sure, so I'll have to give my thanks on their behalf. Please excuse me for a moment as I give them some instructions. Watching Godfrey step out the door, John played idly with the blank stamp the merchant had brought. The deal they had worked out was massively in their favor, and while John understood why Godfrey was trying to give away all his profit, it still bothered him. John had no desire to take advantage of anyone, and when people like Godfrey were actively working to give him as many benefits as they could, it got under his skin.